Good evening, chat. Hello, and whoo, buddy, whoo, buddy. We are well. Number one, we got light again. Wow, these what are these? Yeah, these are 9 watt light bulbs. But oh my god, it's like lit up the room very nicely. So, whoo, we're back to normal, chat. We're not doing the cave fest again. But yes, welcome to the show. My name is Sean, also known as Potential Criminal. I am a lawyer in the Cleveland, Ohio area, and tonight, man. Man, this ice shooting, let me tell you what. Oh, buddy. Woo. It is yeah. It's definitely something. It's definitely something. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's Tuck Tuck says thanks for the heads up and scheduling these. Well, normally I do one every night, and I've been a little busy taking care of stuff. So my apologies, but you're there. You're here. Yes, I've been run over by women in Minneapolis. Oh, let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, and I apologize, guys. I had to get some stuff taken care of and moved around, and then one of our neighbors called and it's like, "Hey, can you come notarize some stuff so a kid can get his driver's license?" And I was like, "All right, yeah, we'll go ahead and do that." They go notarize It's weird now, like the affidavit that your parents have to sign saying you did all the time. When I was a kid, your mom and dad just scribbling on a sheet, on the actual thing you turned in. There wasn't you had a document this date I did this date I did this, and so they had to help them out. That was interesting to see how that is now. Let's see here. And we're gonna get to this. This thing is just the amateur kind of can't you let a phone? Nope, not here in Ohio at least. No, we're poor and backwards, so no. Now this is I guess I'll start off by saying, chat, regardless of where you are on this, the use of force is never pretty. Regardless of what's going on. Two guys in a bar fight start beating the brakes off each other. People, self-defense shootings, gang violence. In reality, you could sit there and go oh my God, that was crazy. Violence is never meant, to the average populace, violence is never going to be pretty. Violence is never going to be pretty. It never looks good. I mean, it always looks bad because somebody's probably getting, especially when the police do it, someone's probably going to get killed. Someone's probably getting killed. And today was an example of that. And if you guys haven't seen this before, yeah, we'll be doing some riot stuff if it happens here. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But if you guys have never seen this you're gonna watch this lady get dusted. And here we go. And this is what happens. This is the before we get too far into this, we kind of need to set the scene. So this occurs in Minneapolis, and I don't know why my Google Maps was acting weird earlier, but it's in negative mode, and I don't understand why. And I don't know if people can help me figure this out. But when I use it, every other thing works fine tonight, but this is weird on. It's weird on what's going on here. So this is what's going on in Google right now. I don't know why it's doing this, but it is. It's doing this, and I don't know why. Fooled me. Could have fooled me why it's looking like it's in, negative mode, but I don't know why. With that said, though, this is roughly, from what I understand, it's in Portland. It's on Portland Avenue in Minneapolis. So, we're down here in the southern part of Minneapolis. It's in between 34th and 33rd Street. From what we've been told, for what we know, that's kind of where we are. And what we need to do is we need to go up the road because there is a stoplight that's in the picture. And like I said, I don't know why it's acting like this, guys. So just bear with me. And they claim that, but it doesn't make a ton of sense to me. But either way, and I think this is the way they were going here. So if we can, yeah, I don't know why it's anyway. We're gonna get. I forgot I had another thing up. I had Edge up, so we'll just use Edge. But you can see a couple different things here, and there's a couple narratives we need to dispel right now. And one of them was, oh, she was turning around her car. Well, no, because when you look at the damn road, what do you notice, guys? There's nowhere to go. It's a one-way fucking street. So yeah, that's not gonna work. When you're doing this, it doesn't work that way. And we're gonna switch to a better picture here. Hold on. Tab. Here we go. We're gonna switch to this here, and this is the road. Okay. Now, getting back here, this kind of looks like the area she's at. I'm not 100% sure, but this is roughly kind of where it all happened. And there's the intersection down that way. And what do you notice about this street? What do you notice about it? It's one way. It's one way. And when you watch this video, you're going to see the video shows a one-way street. So, as I said, there are some issues with how this is being presented. That, oh, this was this was that. She was turning around. But why? But why? Do I have dark mode? Yes, dark mode's on. Dark mode's 100% on. Yeah, Trump's at Minneapolis, the Shadow Realm. Now, it's my dark mode option. It's relegating Google Maps to Forbidden Zone. Well, that's all right. We got to fix in the meantime. Now, here's the street, and you can see, like, okay, it's a one-way street. When we get to this video here that we're going to get to, this will show you even more. And this is where somebody was already trying to tell me this is what happened, and I'm like, I don't see how you can tell. And here we go. So right now, this looks like it's probably that street. From what I can tell, I think this is what it is because it looks like a similar setup from what we're looking at here. And from what I can tell, I think this is actually, if I had to guess, this is pretty much the view that they were looking at here. So you can see there's the house with the chimney on it. Well, when you go to this screen here, and we have to switch between the windows because, we're using Edge. Notice we're right there. This is pretty much where we're at. Geolocating, chat. We're doing OSINT like a boss. And notice, once again, it is a one-way street. There are no two ways on it. So these stories that, oh, she was turning around. Absolutely fucking bullshit. Absolutely fucking bullshit. Why is she turning around on a one-way street? I mean, we can make jokes that she's a woman and all that. And we'll do that. But here we go. Now, notice, there are people around. There are people intentionally trying to stop ICE, and they're trying to protest and interfere, which you're allowed to protest. You're allowed to give them a hard time. But obviously, look at where she's parked. Like, what's she doing? What's going on? I don't know. What does it look like she's doing? Now, as you back up here, she's kind of like, she's trying to, like, what is she doing here? What is she trying to turn around? It's a one-way street. And here we go. Notice, this is what tells you it's a one-way street right here. Both sides of the road are parked going the same way. Both sides of the road are parked going the same way. And you can see here that this is a one-way street. Okay. You could also see it's a one-way street right here because of this car. Right here is a one-way street. But let's get back to this. Let's get back to this part. So the ICE agents are telling her to get the fuck out of the way. And here we go. And we're going to see they're telling her to get out of the car. And here's the deal, guys. Like I've told you, when the police tell you you're under arrest, it's fucking game over. That's it. You can bitch about it. You may not like it. When they tell you you're under arrest, that's it. That's it. Take your pinch like a man. Go to court. We can fight them later. But you're not going to win out on the street. And Grand Theft Auto is actually a good example because you know what happens to Grand Theft Auto if you keep defying the police? Eventually, they kill you. You will never win. Once they tell you you're done, you're done. I mean, honestly, what does this look like? It looks like somebody who was like happy playing resistance games until she realized she was going to get arrested. And I don't think she's prepared for that. So here we go. Here we go.
No! No!
And there you go. So she's backing up. And here's the problem. She probably wasn't paying attention to the cop in front of her. She probably wasn't paying attention to the cop in front of her. And you can see, like, she's not really paying attention to what she's doing.
No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my fucking God! What the fuck? What the fuck? You just fucking, what the fuck did you do?
Well, she got shot. And yes, as Cowabunga says, aim, aim, aim. Yes. Now, notice, we're going to, and here's the good thing, chat. We're going to go back. We're going to go back. It's this guy who did it. Okay? And honestly, I don't see how it's not justified. But this is the problem. If you want to play these games, you better be, like, you have to be prepared to go all the way. If you're not prepared to go all the way, you're playing the wrong game. It's like going to the casino and not being prepared to go bust. I mean, so here we go. And here we can do the shots, and we're going to look at how the shots get fired here because there is a bit of some things we need to consider. So she's backed up. He's in front of the car. This is like the Takaya Young thing. You know, here we go.
No! Shit!
First shot right there. Now, you can see he's barely out of the way of the car at this point. And remember, we already talked about Takaya Young. You know, you get sucked under the tires of a car easily. And also, just remember how fast this is happening. Remember, this is the Granby Connor thing. This is through the windshield right here, chat. Because you can see that poof. That's automotive glass exploding. That is automotive glass exploding and vaporizing as it gets into the air. In addition to gun blast. Muzzle blast, that is also automotive glass blowing up. But that's the first shot. Pop. Second shot. Pop. Third shot. So there you go.
No!
Of course these roads are sloppy and slick. You know, the ice is partially melted. Guess what? That's all slippery as shit. We're going to see the other views. This is just the fact this is an HD, guys. We're starting here.
No!
This is what everybody's seen.
Oh, shit!
Pop, pop, pop. There we go. Those are the three shots. There are other angles. There are other angles at this point. This is another angle. This is another angle somebody else filmed. Here we go. And you see, she comes out right there. And it's hard to see right there. But she, you know, he's standing right here. And you can see him start moving back a little bit. And yeah, he had pushed and he's out of the way. And boom, boom, boom. So there you go. That's another angle. And that's kind of where we are with it. Those are the two really big angles we need to figure out what's going on. And those are really the only angles we have right now. Eventually, are we going to have a body cam? Maybe. I don't know. But for right now, you don't have a whole lot. Um, yeah. And that's the thing, guys. Like I said, it's a one-way road, so she wasn't turning around. And this is further evidence of it. I mean, look here. Look further evidence of it here. It's a one-way road. They're parked on the right side of the lane. So it's all a one-way road. So she wasn't turning around. Once again, that's a bullshit narrative. It is a bullshit narrative. And hold on, chat. Now that's where we are. That's where we are with this. What are we doing? Well, now we need to figure out, okay, well, who's been involved? The lady who got shot driving the car is where is she? Hold on, chat. I'm trying to grab. We have a couple of pictures to go through. Her name is Renee Good, although, I guess she wasn't good at not getting killed here. But no, Renee Good, and this is it's a little interesting because it's like, apparently this is off of her Insta and everything. And the amount of nonsense that's out there from people is just ridiculous. Like, oh, she had a car full of she had stuffed animals in her car, and that's actually true. And you're like, okay, well, like, so but this is Renee. She's a poet, writer, wife, mom, and shitty guitar streamer from Colorado, experiencing Minneapolis, Minnesota. Okay, well, she was from Colorado and she's in Minnesota, so there you go. And then, we see shit like this where it's like, oh, look, she had a bunch of stuffed animals in her car. So the fuck what? So the fuck what? So the fuck what? So the fuck what? I mean, that don't mean shit to me. That don't mean shit to me. That doesn't mean shit to me at this point. Like, okay, great. None of that absolves you. Now, the officer who fired, we do have a picture of him, apparently. Apparently, it's this guy. We don't know who he is, but whatever. He shot. Now, from here, we learn that, oh, she was a poor mom. And it's like, if you're a single mom, why are you out, like, doing this shit when you might get clipped? Like, aren't you going to think about your goddamn kid? It's like, bruh, you really do need to think about your kid here. And, yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't think about your kid, but hey, what do I know? What do I know, Chad? I'm just a fucking, whatever. I'm just a white male. I'm just a white male. Now, from here, some things have happened. We have some videos of things at the scene, and more importantly, we have pictures of the car. And this tells us a lot about the car here. So here we go. The idea that he just shot her, all the shots are through the side window. Well, no, they're not. Clearly, they're not here. Guys, you can see there's two actual interesting things here. And I don't know if other people have picked up on this yet or talked about it yet. But we have two impact marks. Obviously, we have a bullet mark right there. We have a bullet mark right here. And we have a bullet mark right here. And I don't know why. I don't know why I can't draw on it. Okay, there we go. I guess we're going to have to draw it like this. We have a bullet mark here, and we have a defect in the mirror here. So, is this that's definitely a bullet hole. That's what bullet holes look like through automotive glass, guys. And you can tell, You can definitely tell from the windshield this is a pretty much on direct shot. Because if you shoot at an angle through a windshield, you can kind of see there's a bit of a, like, you can tell the vector on it. This was taken pretty much at the window, pretty close to straight on. Amateur iconoclast, those were already there. Well, and then this one here, I think this is a bullet hole. I don't know for sure though. But here's the thing, that plastic would probably stay intact. It's this window which would have shattered, and we haven't seen what the mirror looks like. We don't know for sure yet. We don't know for sure what that window looks like. We don't know what the mirror looks like, and that's kind of important. It's kind of important for us to know, and I don't know if we're going to know at this point. It was, I think, important to see, and I think it's important for you guys to take a look at. Now, what happens here? Well, this is just some basic things, and I made this. I talked about this tweet. If you're going to engage in civil disobedience or protest, and you're not prepared to get arrested, you're way in over your fucking head. Okay? You're way in over your fucking head. When the police tell you you're under arrest, you're under arrest. They will beat you and or kill you to effectuate that arrest. 100% they will. So you have to take your pinch like a man. When the cops tell you you're under arrest, that's it. There is no other. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. That doesn't help you too much. Oh, the other thing I will say, I did find this. This tells me that there was a bullet hole because look at the thing right here. It's clean and not messed up. So I bet that's actually probably correct that she was good. And that was them. So I assume that's from her. I assume that's from her at this point. So, yeah, we're doing homework tonight, chat, but that's how you figure stuff out. That's how you care for things. One chat here. Now, she's not driving a car made of marshmallows. No, she's not. No, she's not. Now, did Yuri McKinnick submit that picture? I don't know. I don't know. Wasn't there a case where an officer stepped in front of the car and lost immunity as a result? Could be argued. That's what we're going to get to, is the issue of creating the exigency. And we talked about this with the Barnes v. Felix case. That's where the police officer stepped into the guy's car and went drug down the highway, and then he shot him. And yeah, that could be an issue. And we talked about that with the Takaya Young case. What happens there? How does this work? What do you do? And we just don't know. We just don't know anymore what's going to happen. Do I think in this case he stepped in front of it like that? No, they are allowed to say, though, you're under arrest. You're not allowed to leave. I mean, because otherwise, then all you have to do is be in a car and you could magically escape arrest, which is not something I think a court's ever going to actually look at someone and tell them. That's the interesting part of this. It's just, this is ultimately, when the cops tell you're under arrest, the game's over, guys. It has to be. And the ultimate thing involved in this is Graham v. Connor. And this is where it's going to come down to, was the officer let's just say we can get through the whole self-defense arguments, because Ultimately, I think he'd be able to articulate self-defense. But it's the use of force that he used here, because since he's the police, he seized her under the Fourth Amendment. And was it legal? Was it legal? It's a different side unless it's reversed. I'm pretty sure that's reversed. But it shows that her car was not damaged. Although that might be from a different day. We don't know. We don't know at this point. We just don't know. So I don't believe. Oh, we're gonna get to Tim. We're gonna get to Fry. We're gonna get to Tim Walz. We're gonna get to all of that. We're gonna get to all of that. At some point here, we're just give it some time. Give it some time. It takes a minute. It takes a minuet. Now, from here, it's Graham v. Connor, and you have to the objective reasonableness standard for police. Now, this is where it's all about, was it excessive force, and are they going to look at it? And we talked about Graham v. Connor in the Takaya Young case because it's something that assesses things here. And ultimately, you have to acknowledge what's going on. You have to assess it in a special way. And these are the quotes from here. And it says, the reasonableness for particular use of force must be judged from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene rather than the 20/20 vision of hindsight. But to be fair, that's a lot of things you have to deal with here. So would an other officer in that situation do that? So what's going on? Is it the reasonableness of a particular use of force must be judged from the perspective of a reasonable officer? And its calculus must embody an allowance for the fact that officers are forced to make split-second decisions about the amount of force necessary in a particular situation. Yeah. Yeah. And then they point out there's a bunch of issues here. The severity of the crime at issue. Well, at that point, it was a pretty simple thing. She was obstructing him. They were going to arrest her. Now, whether that arrest is bullshit or not, I don't know. Notice we don't have the beginning of that. But it looks like people were filming the whole fucking thing. Notice we don't have the beginning of that. But let's just, is obstructing a serious issue? No. But now she's resisting arrest because she's not getting out of the car. Well, that becomes escalated. And now she's reared back with the car. This becomes, it starts escalating. It starts escalating at that point. You have to be careful. And that's where we get to that point of what's going on. We get to this issue of what's going to happen here. And ultimately, what's the situation here is, was there an immediate threat to the safety of officers? Yeah, there is. There 100% is. Actively resisting. Mm-hmm. Is there an immediate threat? Well, yes, someone almost got run over. And are they resisting arrest or attempting to evade arrest by flight? Yes. So, this is ratcheting up very fast. And here's the thing. Do I think this woman was some evil, nasty, commie, Antifa person? No. And that's the thing here. I don't think so. I mean, do I think she was like, I'm resisting. Take that ice. Ha. That's right, Trump floor. Probably. And do I think when she realized, wait, no, I don't want to be arrested. No. She's like, oh, shit. And trying to get out of there. Yeah. But here's the problem. Being a panicked moron isn't an excuse. And just because you're a panicked moron doesn't mean that ICE agent out in front can't go, oh my God, whatever's going on, whether or not she means to cause me fear, I do have a reasonable fear for my death or serious bodily harm. Oh shit. Bop, 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 bop. Yeah, guess what? That's why you got to go into these situations. You got to be fucking Iron Hand, man. You can't be getting flapped. She panicked. And she stood up above the parapet and got fucking shot. She should have stayed low. She gotta maintain herself. That tranquilo. She gotta be calm. She gotta be calm. But she didn't do that. She didn't do that. Okay. So they point out that that's a lot of things here. And then how does that work? And yeah, Graham v. Connor was also cited in Derek Chauvin's trial. And, we're probably going to see this guy, the fucking Seth Stoughton guy again. But Graham v. Connor is going to be very important. We also have Tennessee v. Gardner, which also may be an issue here. Can you use deadly force to prevent an escape? That's an issue. Now, you can if you have probable cause to believe the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical harm. To the officer or others. And I think in this situation, she almost ran me over. It looks like she doesn't give a shit, so I may have to kill her to protect my fellow officers, so I'm using deadly force. So these two cases, Graham and Garner, Graham v. Connor, Tennessee v. Garner, they are going to be critical. And guys, notice these are both, this one was 1985. Tennessee v. Garner was 1985. Graham v. Connor was 1989. These are the two major cases when it comes down to determining how you can look at this. And yeah, based on those two alone, yeah, I think this is 100% lawful. Is it awful? Sure. It doesn't look good. I don't like it. But yeah. So I don't feel like, this is, you don't play these games. Baby girl wanted to come out and go LARP as a fucking resistance fighter. It's like, this shit's what happens. That doesn't, I don't do, you do retarded shit. This is what's going to happen to you. Now, in response to all of this, the brave mayor of Minneapolis came out and read and screed about this. And here he is.
To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do
Let me eat my Somali food in peace.
Not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. To ICE.
Why don't you tell people from Colorado who are coming to experience Minneapolis, tell them to get the fuck out? But yes, oh no, the little whiny guy said a curse word. Now, that's not really the big issue here. This is kind of where we're getting to what, like Tampon Tim, like he's saying some things here and it's like, buddy, I don't think you understand what you're doing at this point, but okay. Here we go.
Order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community. They're business owners. They're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight.
Yeah, so. Yeah, okay. So the idea that you're going to use the National Guard to stop federal agents from doing their job. Yeah, I think we saw that somewhere before, and we've touched on that before. In a little place called Arkansas, in a town you may have heard of called Little Rock. The U.S. Marshals were told you are not the National Guard of Arkansas is like, you can't bring those kids in here. Well, guess what happened? Chat? The federal government begged to differ. And General Eisenhower, what did he do? He took the Arkansas National Guard and federalized them. But you know what he didn't do? He did a pro gamer move. He said, go back to your barracks and stand down. Go play cards and go fuck off. And then what did Eisenhower do? He sent in the U.S. Army. particularly the 101st Airborne Division. And they forced it to happen. So it's very funny. Like, Tim Walz is going to do this. Trump could federalize the Guard, stand them down, and then that's it. And now notice, that would be perfectly legal because he's not making them do law enforcement. He's telling them to just sit in their barracks. Sit at your armory, play cards. Can't tell them not to. Can't tell them not to. And that's, yeah. Oh, yeah, this was, the Little Rock stuff was done at Bayonet Point. So, yes, just like Eisenhower, Trump can federalize the National Guard, tell them to stay home, and then they're out of the picture. So, that is the, yeah. Interesting how that works, huh? Interesting how that works. But that's really how this is going to go. That's really how all this is going to go here. I don't know, guys, but that's really kind of where we are. That's really where we are. It's really where we are. That's really where we are with this. Now it's time for some memes. There's some good memes out here. Some of these are good. I like some of these. When you get your driver's license at the Quality Leering Center. Yeah. The ice. So it's like, so I just shot you in your car. Here's why. You aren't allowed to hit me with it, which is pretty true. And then I can't steer. It's like, yeah, that's a pretty good one too. Pretty good one too. It's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one here. So now there have been some things here that yeah. Is Tim Pool calling it civil war again? Yeah, and you know what? So I'm hoping that she doesn't vote in the upcoming elections. Well, we don't know. We won't know for sure. Yeah, there's some other good ones on here. Here's another good one. Yeah, Honda Pilot used $500 or best offer. Selling my sister's 2007 Pilot Maroon. 2 bullet holes in windshield and some damage to the front. Selling as is. Preferable to a Somali family in need. It's what she would have wanted. Yep. Yeah. So. That's kind of where we are, yeah. You know, just don't cross state lines. You know, don't cross state lines. Although Kyle Rittenhouse has jumped in and he has thrown his own hat into the ring. And you know what? Normally, like, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of things he does is pretty cringe at this point. And I give him credit for doing all the other stuff here, but I do think this is pretty entertaining, actually, for Kyle Rittenhouse. After thinking about it, should I travel across the state line to Minnesota? And you're like, well played, sir. Well played indeed. Well played indeed. It's a solid shit post. It's solid. And like I said, Kyle, normally I'm like, bro, but I can handle that one. Like, you're trying, you're doing your thing. You're doing your thing there. It's how that works. But yeah, I'm pretty sure she wanted to resist until you realized she was getting arrested, which, like I said, it sucks. It sucks that it happened. Do I wish this woman died? No. Do I wish? Or do I think the guy who shot her is like, I wish this wouldn't have fucking happened? I guarantee it. He's like, shit, I wish I hadn't have had to have done that. But it happened. And, it's kind of like when you get to, it's kind of like an Unforgiven, deserve ain't got nothing to do with it. I mean, at some point, it's like, and if you think she deserved it, like, it sucks. Sean Pellegrino says this is similar to the Ashley Babbitt shooting. I don't even know that. I think Ashley Babbitt shooting is still far worse. That there were, that all these response teams and shit was coming up, and if you want to make the argument, it's interesting. The people who are cheering for Ashley Babbitt being dead. Yeah. And that's the big thing here. Don't put yourself in play. When you step out on the field, you can't get mad when Bill Romanowski tears your fucking head off. You know how you avoid Bill Romanowski tearing your fucking head off? Or Ray Lewis tearing your head off? You don't go out on the field. You don't strap on your cleats. You stay off the field. So that's really where this comes down to. That's really comes down to. Gordon Freeman says, do you agree with Chrissy Noem's statement 20 minutes after? I actually, we can listen to that together. Here's the problem. I think Chrissy Noem's a bit of an idiot, like a bit of a retard. That's not how that works. She's just a tard. She's just a tard. And I know people might like her. I don't really like her. She's not really. And we'll bring up her speech here. Her press conference. You're just like, it's like, yeah. And then also just real quick, guys, just so you guys understand, this is what that shit looks like after a while. That's what a shooting looks like. If you've never seen one before, or seen a real crime scene, that's a crime scene. But anyways, yeah, Kristi Noem's a tard. I don't personally care for her, but here we go.
The loss of life that we saw here in Minneapolis today. Any loss of life is a tragedy, and I think all of us can agree that in this situation it was preventable. I've spoken to the president today on the situation here on the ground. I also just got off the phone a little while ago with Governor Walz and spoke to him as well. I want to reiterate first with all of you the facts of what happened today. At 10:25 a.m. Central Time, Immigration and Customs Enforcement were carrying out lawful operations here in Minneapolis. Because of the adverse weather that Minneapolis has seen in recent snow, one of the vehicles became stuck and ensnared in the snow. Law enforcement were attempting to push out this vehicle, and when a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question, who was blocking the officers in with her vehicle, and she had been stalking and impeding their work all throughout the day. ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism. The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues. He was treated at a local hospital, has been released, and is now with family. I encourage the American people at this point in time to pray for him, but also to pray for the deceased's family and her loved ones. Today alone in this country, there have been 4 different domestic terrorist attacks on federal officers by the ramming of vehicles. 3 of them happened here in Minneapolis. We've seen over 100 of these vehicle rammings happen in just recent weeks, and this must stop.
Yeah, I mean, that is something they've had to deal with. They've had to deal with a lot of this vehicle ramming and vehicle attacks. Car's a cheap weapon. It works. You can take it everywhere, and you're not in trouble. Like, I could carry it and drive down the street with it, and then I could use it. So, Lewis says she turned the wheels away from him, and I will never pray for that ice piece of shit. You don't have to pray for him. She turned the wheels away. I mean, how exactly did she turn the wheels away? I mean, like, you don't just get to, like, all of a sudden, oh, I started to run you over, but, like, you should fly off. No, like, once again, Lewis, when you're told you're under arrest, buddy, you are under arrest. The game's over. And she, for whatever reason, yeah, you know, I don't know. Well, that's why you don't fuck around. Don't fuck around. But we'll see. Just don't. Just don't. Like, you know, they tell you you're under arrest. Go home. It's game over. Patty says, why would you stand in front of a vehicle? I mean, you know, you got to stop people. I mean, otherwise, like, if you're cops and you just, like, everybody, you stand around all the sides of them, but the front, guess what they're going to do? Stop the car! And they drive off. Whoa. Damn it, they drove off again. You know, shoo! And you're like, oh, it's like, if only we could figure out something to stop that. Yeah, that's yeah, this is just surprisingly, there have not been any riots yet. I was kind of surprised. Although let me see here. Let me see here. What is this? Somebody just messaged me. Sorry, somebody sent me a bunch of links to stuff. Yeah. So anyways, that's where we are with this. There's not an easy answer. Like, this is tough. But once again, when the cops tell you you're under arrest, you're under arrest. You know what? Oh, I'm wrong. Okay, well, great. Go win in court. But in the meantime, now she's dead. Now her kid doesn't have a mom. Her dad's already dead. I'm sure that kid's like, gee, I wish my mommy was still alive. But here's the problem. Like, when you do these games, you better be prepared. The cops will arrest you. If you aren't ready for that and you don't want it to happen, well, then don't go outside. Once again, this is like jumping in the rodeo and then getting mad the bull stomps a mud hole in you. I didn't know this could happen. Well, yeah, thanks. What did you think was going to happen? It's yeah. I just don't know. But we do have some updates. Apparently there is some stuff going on in Minneapolis. I guess there's some people marching, which, you know, these things could always lead to something. We just don't know where it is, or like we just don't know what's going on yet, but it can happen. Yeah, and here's the thing, a fuzzy creature. Yeah. Did she necessarily mean to do all that? Like I said, I doubt it. I'm sure she got flustered and panicked. And I'm sure she was busy backing up. And then she put it in a drive and started going forward. And then all of a sudden looked and saw the cop. That doesn't matter. That cop standing in front of a car and says, oh my God, it's driving right at me. And she's not stopping. Bop, bop, bop. Like, that's why you don't do this stuff. You may cause a situation to spiral out of control. You have to be very careful. I just, you know, that's really what this is. I mean, and imagine getting killed for all that. Cameron says, you people are insanely evil. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say, man. Like, don't do retarded things around the police. And, you know, like, if they tell you you're under arrest, that's it. Like, as an attorney, I'm giving you
So
that's
Renee
legal
Good
advice.
is
Take
the
to the
woman who
bank.
was shot today
Because
by
guess what
ICE
happens if the cops say you're under arrest and you go,
from
all
what
right,
I
fine,
heard,
arrest me.
she has 3 young
Guess what
kids.
happens? You don't get shot.
So
You don't get
again,
shot
she
accidentally trying to run one of them
killed
over.
by ICE.
She would have
Mother
got
of
arrested
3,
and maybe it would have been a bullshit
all
charge.
for
You know, we've noticed
observing,
a lot of these people getting charged by ICE have either
keep
been
people
winning,
safe.
like the guy in LA, the tow truck driver, he won. The guy who threw the freaking Subway sandwich won. And other cases have been getting dumped by courts, especially in LA, they've been getting dumped. I'm sure that there, you know, if that one was faulty, go ahead and win. Get your lawsuit and then go sue the shit out of them. But the wrong answer is, I'm going to drive away. No, I'm not letting you arrest me today. Because guess what? The cops aren't going to let you slide. You don't just get to walk away. They come after you harder and harder and harder and harder until you're arrested or dead. Simple answer, man. You don't have to like that, but it is what it is. And I'm just telling you how the game's played. I'm just telling you the rules of the game. You don't have to like them. But to get upset about that's like crying about gravity, man. It exists independently of your brother, and it ain't ever going away. So, just telling you, man. That's how that goes. Let me see here. What did I miss? So are ICE agents illegally allowed to arrest people? Yeah. They're federal law enforcement. Here's the big thing. ICE is Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Okay. So what's their mission? Like, their Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Like, are you telling me they can't, like, if you're breaking customs laws? That, oh, you're a U.S. citizen, sir. Go on by. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. Also, like a federal law enforcement official, let's say the FBI needed more help with something. And you are actually, let me put it better this way. I'm a U.S. citizen, and I'm getting ready to burn down a federal building. I walk up to the federal courthouse in Cleveland with a can of gas, and I'm throwing it all around, and there's an ICE agent standing there. And I grab a road flare, and I strike it open. And the Cleveland police aren't showing up to do anything. Is that ICE agent go, and I look at him and go, I'm a citizen. Ha, 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 ha. You can't stop me. No, he could arrest me. He has law enforcement authority under federal law. He's what's considered an 1811. He is a federal law enforcement official. He's a federal agent, just like an FBI agent, just like an HSI guy. Like, he has these capabilities. He's not like a, oh, shit, you're a U.S. citizen. I can't touch you at all, ever, ever, ever. No, that's not how that works. He is allowed to stop you. If you're breaking a federal law, he can stop you. This idea, and I'm not making fun of you, Rathy, this idea he can't arrest people, that's not fucking true at all. ICE agents have arrest authorities. You know, and think about it, because they don't just do, like, immigration, they do customs enforcement. Like, it's not, you know, like, they have the right to arrest you if you break a federal law. Now, they can't arrest me as a U.S. citizen. Like, if for immigration matters, I'm a U.S. citizen. Okay, they can't arrest me as a U.S. citizen. But if I start getting a gunfight with them, yeah, they could arrest me for assaulting them or attempting to murder them. They could, for example, if he's sitting in his office and I try to light his office on fire, he's allowed to arrest me for arson. He's allowed to arrest me for vandalizing property. He's allowed to arrest me for any number of things. He just can't arrest me for immigration-related crimes. So this ICE can't arrest anybody. It's like, bullshit, you can't. Walk up to an ICE official and punch him in the face. Are you going to say, like, you can't arrest me. I'm a citizen. Neener. No, that would be absolutely fucking retarded. That would be absolutely bonkers. So just be careful about that. Goat Scroat says, if you feel bad for this woman, you're generally retarded. That's not true. Yeah, it's like, I would rather she not have died. And like I said, I'm sure the guy who shot her would rather she have complied, and he would have rather not have been in the position he had to be. Like that's there's nothing wrong with saying that. Any loss of life is not preferred. But if it has to happen, I mean, it's sometimes it's unavoidable. Have I seen Rashad Ritchie's commentary on this? I'm sure it's not good. I'm sure it's evil America, blah 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 blah. You know, let's be real about that. Let's be real about that. Rachel says, "Stupid bitch had kids. You don't do stupid shit like this when you have kids." I mean, yeah. I mean, why are you fucking around? You got kids to worry about. So, if you didn't witness a felony, still citizens arrest. Citizen arrest is a bad fucking idea. Unless like somebody's getting murdered or raped in front of you or abducted, don't get involved. Citizens arrest shit is a bad idea, man. Yeah, wildlife officials are only allowed to arrest deer and fish. Correct. Thunderbird says, Sean's wrong. I've been pulled over before. What you do is you open up the developer console, delete the cop NPC, and drive off. You know, yes. That is a correct way to do it. You are right. You are right. 100%. If a felony is being committed in front of you, can citizens arrest? I would never recommend doing that. If you need to save someone's life, then go ahead and save their life. But I'm not looking to arrest that person. I'd be looking to fucking shoot them. And if I'm getting involved, that means like life and limb are at risk. And yeah, okay, fine. But otherwise, move. No. Let's see here. Anime Exceptionalist says, could a CIA agent, well, it depends what you mean by a CIA agent. Because there are people at the CIA who could arrest me. But it's a very limited thing here. They have their own police force. They have armed guards who do stuff. And yes, if you show up there, the security can arrest you and detain you and or use force against you. But if you are just a field officer, because that's really, I think, what you're getting at. If you're a CIA agent, I think you mean like an intelligence officer. No, he can't arrest me. The CIA has no mandate to operate inside the United States. They can't. Like, that's the one thing in Sicario that's true. The CIA cannot operate inside the United States. That is a violation of law. So that's why they can't do that. Now, are they considered federal agents? Like, if you're an 1811, that's what matters. So, and that's because it's your personnel management job series 1811. Let me see here. And 1811s are like, if you're in the post office, you're a postal inspector, you're an 1811. If you are in like USAID and you're an inspector general, you're an 1811. You know, that's what it is. That's what you're basically a criminal investigator. You're like NCIS guys, Air Force investigations. You know, that's like, you know, that's a lot of stuff there. I mean, that's what you're thinking of. That's what you're thinking of. If you're at all wondering, I think is what you're getting at here. So, I think that's what you're getting to, but I don't know. MDRS saying in Canada the feds will shoot you just for being an ostrich. Well, that is true. Let me see here. What else are we getting? I'm trying to get some of you guys' questions here. If it's murder, why are we being asked this question? I've seen the full video. Off-White Death. You have the right to disagree. I think based on this here, it's, you know, and based on Graham v. Connor and Tennessee v. Gardner, he's going to be able to articulate enough, and that will be considered a valid use of force. And I don't think it is murder. Do I think it's a very sketchy shooting? Sure. But it's still legal. And is it awful but lawful? Sure, I'll even accept that, but it's not murder. It's not murder based on what I've seen here. So that's what I can tell you. Wolf Spritzer says he fired the first shot after the vehicle cleared him. How is that self-defense? Remember, as this is going here, it all happens, and we talked about this before. When you're dealing with Graham v. Connor, it's all about things happening right that instant. And we'll go back to the video here. We'll go back to the video. And hold on here. We got to bring... I just lost it, so we got to go back. We got to go back to the HD video here, and we'll go back through this. We'll go back through it. Here's the video. Now, from here, let's listen to this as this goes.
No!
All right, here we go.
No!
Here we go. Draw stroke. Draw stroke. Here we go. 15 seconds in. Let's start and this is we're gonna do this here, Wolf Spritzer. Here we go. So right now, and we'll go back even further. We'll go back a second. Okay, here we go. Let's.
No!
Okay, I had that time just right. Here we go. Let's see if I can do it again.
No!
Okay, so we're even a little further bit of a second ahead. And if you guys watch any competitive shooting, you could draw and shoot in about 1.31 seconds. It's really fast. So he's doing this one-handed, and here he goes.
Oh, shame!
2 seconds. Not even 2 seconds have gone by. Not even 2 seconds have gone by. Not even 2 seconds have gone by. That's how fast this went. That's how fast this went. At that point. Less than 2 seconds. Less than 2 seconds. I wish we had a stopwatch here because it's less than 2 seconds. Once again, rewind it back. Here he is. He's drawing his gun from here. And here we go. And you know what? I'm going to grab where's a stopwatch I can use? Let me use a stopwatch on my phone. Here we go. You know what? And I'll spot you guys. Hold on here. We'll pull up the clock. Stopwatch. All right. I'm going to rewind this just a hair till I see him walk out in front of the car here. Okay, so here we go.
No!
All right. From there, the tires are straightening out. He has not drawn his gun yet. I'll give you even more time. Here we go. Let's start the clock, and I'll start play.
No! Shame!
Okay. We're going to back that up again. Okay, so here we go. We'll restart this. We'll reset. Here we go. And I'm going to stop it as it goes.
No! Shame! Shame! Oh my fucking God!
I mean, there you go. I stopped that, and I stopped it a little late, but we gave him a little more time because we did it already without him drawing the gun. 2.36 seconds. 2.36 seconds. So there you go. Bathrobe Dwayne says, I'm a DHS law enforcement employee and a Republican. Shut the fuck up, you Mormon. It's not within the use of force policy. Which part? I mean, if he did something wrong, great. Then I'll be happy to say he should go to fucking prison. I'll be happy to say that. What did he do wrong? Articulate, please. If you really are an 1811, let's talk about this. You and this water buffalo are just grifting. I mean, maybe. Let's go. I mean, let's see here. check the other angle that shows the officer was actually moved by the vehicle. She could have ran him over. No, I understand. We're just using this because it's the highest definition thing, and we have sound for it. That's why I wanted to show that. Let's see. Felik is saying, well, this chat is all tread on me harder, pussies. Well, like what? Like, just drive over the cops if you want to, or what? Like, if the cops tell you you're under fucking arrest, you're under arrest. I mean, if you want to go all the way and start killing feds, great. Like, let me know when it's time to kick that off. I ain't going to war over this. So yeah, you do what you want there, sweetheart. Her backing up is a threat to the officer by the driver's side door, isn't it? Well, there's no officer by the driver's. Oh, her backing up right here. No, because he's not in the threat right this second. Although I'm sure that they'll make the argument of, that, oh, I could have got sucked under the tires or anything. Right now, he's not in a danger position. He's not really in the danger position. The other guy is. This guy is still relatively safe. So, no, I don't think he's in that position. Mr. Beaver says she turned her wheels to get away, and as she was driving away, she was shot in the face. If this had happened in a civilized country, there wouldn't even be a discussion. A lot of fucking countries, you should really be careful, because a lot of countries, the cops just beat the fuck out of you. And a lot of countries, the cops would use a lot of force against you. So I don't think you might want to make that comment here. Just saying. Let's see here. His life wasn't in danger. It's just his toe. Kat, if it's just his toe, getting run over by a car is still serious bodily injury, which means you can use deadly force to stop serious bodily harm. I mean, do you want to get run over? Like, would you want a car to run over your foot? No. That's serious bodily harm. You're allowed to stop that person from doing it. So that's actually not and I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm saying that would actually be serious bodily injury still. Who's a water buffalo? I'd probably me. Probably me, but Skizzo says slow the video down. Well, there's not a whole lot to slow the video down. So Katrina's saying that it may not be used to discharge slowly to disable a moving vehicle. Yeah, but I'm also going to tell you there's probably the provision of to save life and limb. It is allowed. You can't just stop a car that won't move, but if that car is going to run you over, you're allowed to try to disable the driver. I mean, don't just cherry pick that. Like, there's going to be use of force, and that is, you're allowed to use any force to protect your life. So I'm just telling you, that's how it's going to work. I've never really been a grifter, so I don't agree. Well, yeah, there's that too. So. Let's see here. Although those agents have body cams too, right? Don't know. Presumably yes, but we really don't know. And that's something I don't like if they don't have them, but I assume they should at this point. But remember, this is not Chicago where the court had ordered everybody to have body cams. ICE may have put out a policy ordering body cams, but that takes a long, even the federal government goes and buys all the body cams Axon has available. Probably not enough. So, in the picture we saw of this guy, I don't think he had a body cam. I don't think this guy had a body cam on. From what I can see of him, where's his picture? Hold on here. I don't think there was. I don't think there was a body cam on this guy. I can't see it. I didn't see it in that shot we saw of him. If this is him, if this is really him, I don't. Oh, come on, where is it? Trying to bring it up here. Hold on, guys. I closed it out. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. I don't see a body cam on this guy necessarily. And that's, I mean, it probably is like normally your body cam is like, you know, he's got his placard, like he's got a plate carrier on, so he's got AR mags, he's got his shingle down here with his gear on it. He's got his placard, police, federal agent. I don't know if that's a body cam right there. That's kind of a weird spot to put it, but maybe that's where he put it. But there's like otherwise there isn't a body cam that's available, or that's readily apparent. Like I said, maybe this is. I don't know. I mean, we can zoom in on it the best we can, and maybe that's a body cam. Like, who knows? That could also be a radio. Maybe that could be his, like, you know, mic, because I see like the radio walkie-talkie antenna back there. That could be like, you know, talk like a microphone. I just don't see that. I just don't see it. I just don't see it like that. So, there is also, yeah, and this is the problem here. People are, and yeah, this is the, yeah, this is what somebody wanted to bring up here, the use of deadly force. You got to use the whole use of deadly force part of the DOJ manual here. Real quick. Yeah, firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles, yada, 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 yada. Or, you know, specifically firearms may not be used unless the vehicle is operating in a manner that threatens cause of death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. Well, there you go. And no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. You know, that's what he's going to have to articulate. You know, firearms may not be discharged except in exigent circumstances, which, yes, almost getting killed is one of those. You must have a articulable reason for the use of deadly force. And, you know, he's probably going to be able to articulate that. So, yeah. It is what it is there. Well, Gary, you're saying there's a bunch of videos of that. That's not always a bunch of other cops have done something. I don't want is the justification here, because there's a bunch of them. Yeah. So let's see. Tim Tams is the Aussie Boy podcast. Hi, Tim. I didn't see you here. Chat's going by a little fast. Fed Post later says play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I mean, ultimately, yeah. Don't do dumb stuff. Let me see here. They have no legal right to detain her. They aren't cops. They 100% can fucking detain her. If she's committing a crime of impeding them, she can be 100% fucking detained. Like, you know, I don't think you understand this. Like, there is a federal law. Like, once again, here we go. Are you going to tell me, Nagabomb, if she's assaulting them, they can't arrest her? She starts punching him in the face. Oh, no, you just help, leave us alone. I can't stop it. No. Is that really it? She starts chasing with a baseball bat. They're not allowed to arrest her? If she's resisting what they're doing, or she's impeding them, if she boxes them in, if she parks her car in front of them, and goes, ha, take that, Mr. Rice. They go, ma'am, could you please move the car? No. All right, fuck it. I guess that's lunch. Buddy. You are not allowed to fucking do this shit. While they're engaged in their official duties, you are not allowed to do that. They can detain her for a lot of things. Like, this is just stupid. They are federal law enforcement officials. They could go out tomorrow with the FBI to go do something. They could go out tomorrow with DHS to go do something. They are 1811s. They are federal law enforcement officials. They are special agents. They have the authority to enforce the laws of the United States. They have a specialization of immigration and customs enforcement. So the other thing is, too, they're ICE. So if they're enforcing customs stuff and you're smuggling in stuff to America, do you go, neener, I'm a U.S. citizen, you can't stop me? And they go, well, fuck, yeah. No, you wouldn't. That would be completely retarded. They are allowed to enforce federal law. Once again, if you were going to go burn down their office, do they go, oh shit, somebody help us? No, they would come out and arrest you. Like, come on now. Come on now. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, the FBI agents are also 1811s. Yes. That's how that works. Yeah, and here's a big thing, Kevin. This is the one thing nobody's ever been able to explain to me. Why is she parked like in the middle of the fucking road? Like, what is she doing here? What the fuck is she like? Why is she beached across the road like that? Like she's blocking it. What is she doing? What the fuck is going on? It doesn't make any sense. Like, what are you doing? You know, like she doesn't live in this area, so what are you doing here? And she's turning around. It's a one-way street. So no. Like, what is she doing? EMZQ says, call yourself Trump lawyer. No, that'd be more like good logic. But, you know, I mean, I'm not afraid to call him out when he's wrong. And my chat's been mad at me before, man. But, like, no, don't do what this woman did. Easy solution. You're under arrest. Okay. Notice how easy that is. Here's free tip. Cops are under arrest. Surrender. It's very easy. So let's see. Singapore, anyone? Yeah, I don't like Singapore there. Let's see here. Obstruction justified. Well, yeah, it's not going to be, though. Let's see here. Nagabomb says, rather get beaten up than shot. That doesn't really make any sense here. So. The Thrift Hole says, this is rage bait as fuck. I mean, not really. I'm telling, like, you could scream and cry and gnash your teeth, but he's not going to get prosecuted. Like, this is not going to, nothing's going to happen to him. And this was a pretty valid use of force. So, unless something new comes out where he's like, well, I planned on this the whole time. Yeah, it's a use of force, and it's self-defense. Oh, let's see here. Let's see here. She was just leaving her house. Okay, then why is she like this? She's leaving her house. Why wouldn't she just go that way? The fuck is she doing? What was she doing? Because now she's leaving her house. Is she turning around? What's she doing? What is she doing? What is she doing? Let's see here. Why did she try to run? It's self-defense because she tried to run over. Yeah. Kat says she's moving at a crawling pace. I mean, yeah. I mean, like, if, you know, that's still enough. She's still moving. You're under arrest. Stop. If this wasn't a police officer, but she was driving through a crowd of Antifa or anti-ICE protesters, would you still say the same thing? I don't know if you would. Let's see here. Where is... I mean, yeah, most cops would have shot her at this point, so I don't know there. Let's see here. What else we got here? Trying to catch up, guys. Our great oxen overlord, yes. Yeah, just pretend she's Ashley Babbitt, yes. And yeah, that is another good thing here. Yes, they ordered out of the vehicle multiple times. Yes. Well, Eric, the idea that the engine's revving, the tires spinning, I'm sure her fucking wheels are spinning because it's covered in snow, and she's like, oh, fuck, I don't want to get arrested. Ah! And she's just like I guarantee you that's what happened. She's like, oh, fuck, no, I don't want to get arrested. I was only pretending to be resistant. Sorry. No, I don't want to get arrested. She's put in reverse. I'm getting the fuck out of here now. Because, yeah, it's not fun playing that game anymore. So she's backing up, and she's checking. Meanwhile, the other cop gets in front of the car, and she starts trying to go forward, and the tires are spinning. Like, I guarantee you, a bunch of bad and, like, a comedy of errors kicked off in that car. And she probably turned around at the last second and saw him like this. And went, pfft. I'm sure that's the last thing she saw. Like, she turned around. Kind of like in Heat when Tom Sizemore gets shot by Al Pacino. She just, like, turned around. Like, I'm sure that's what happened. It's sad it happened that way, but, you know, it's entirely avoidable. You're under arrest. Okay. Simple enough. Simple enough, guys. Simple enough. You're under arrest. Okay. That's all you got to do. It's all you got to do. So, let's see here. She was doing her best Darryl Brooks imitation, yeah. Yeah, a slow-moving vehicle is still a deadly weapon, but, you know, there's, you know, yeah, just be careful out there. Just be careful out there. Yeah, look what Darryl Brooks did with the car, yes. That algorithm probably put Sean in their feeds. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Get out of the car. No. That's never a good answer. Like I said, when you're under arrest, you're under arrest. The game's over. I told my clients that. Do you think I told my clients out there, you know, some of you are upset about all this? No, go ahead and fight the cops. I've had clients call me like, the cops are outside with a warrant. What do I do? I'm like, or they're outside my car. What do I do? I'm like, they're going to arrest you, dude. Just get arrested. We'll take care of it. Like, don't like fight. Like, do you think I tell them, no, fight those motherfuckers? No, that would be stupid. That would be foolish. That'd be horrible. No, when the cops tell you you're under arrest, the game's over, guys. The game's over. I'm sure she panicked. But at that point, the guy in the front of the car is like, it doesn't matter that she's panicking and she probably didn't mean any harm. If the guy in front of the car thought, I have a reasonable and like belief, objective and subjective belief that I'm about to be killed or suffer serious bodily injury, not only myself, my buddies and the community at large, guess what? That's what happens. That doesn't mean he can't have a fear. But, you know, people, like I said, people are worried about like, oh, the car is revving and whatever. I'm like, that's not really, maybe the officer knew that. I don't know. I'm trying to limit all the things out he might not be able to articulate. Merely just the car backing up and going forward. I doubt he probably even noticed that the car revved its engine other than like normal, it's moving. Like, you don't hear it like, whoa, like, it's not like some orc assault mobile. Like, so I'm just saying, like, some of you guys are you're doing the thing, like, too many excuses to this guy. Either he had the right to do it or not. And I wouldn't read into the facts too much more than what's there. Says traction control not working. I don't know. People are saying the wheels are spinning. I would just chalk that up to like it's in the snow. Like I said, I'm sure this woman was panicked. I'm sure she realized, oh God, I don't want to get arrested. This game's not fun anymore. I don't want to play. But the ICE agents are like, sorry, too late. You already played. We're done. We're done playing right now. I'm sure that's how it went. I'm sure she really didn't want to get arrested. I'm sure it would have been here's the thing. Nobody ever gets arrested at a good time. I'm sure she's like, oh, fuck, my kid went to school. I got to take care of my kid. I got to pick him up. I'm the only one who can care for him. Bop, 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 bop. It's never a good day. I got work tonight. I'm on probation with work. I started a new job. If you miss in the first 30 days, they fire you. Like, you know, then I'm going to lose my job. I'm going to lose my house, lose my car. And I'm sure there were a million different things crashing through her mind all of a sudden when she realized she was going to get arrested. And she panicked. I guarantee you that's what happened. Like I said, do I think she's some like the Antifa losers who shot up the immigration center in Texas? No. No, I don't think that's her at all. I think she's somebody she thought she could swim and she jumped into the deep end of the pool and started sinking like a fucking rock and then realized, "Oh shit, what do I do now?" So, Cameron says, "What's the context of the situation?" They're attempting to arrest her. And from what I understand, they were attempting to arrest her for obstructing their, them doing their job. So at that point, once again, remember, under 18 USC 111, they do have the authority to arrest people. They weren't worried that she was some sort of an illegal or anything like that. They were just enforcing, basic, you can't fuck our job up. Ryla says America has turned into some dystopian terrorist police state. Has. Hold on. Has? It's been a terrorist police state for a long time now. Especially since 2001. Like, the idea this is anything new? No. You want to know who, go ask Vicky Weaver how bad of a terrorist police state this is. Go ask Randy Weaver. Go ask Sammy Weaver how much of a terrorist police state America is. This isn't a new thing. This isn't a new thing if you think it's a terrorist police state. Boy, howdy, do I have some stories for you. But this isn't one of them. Honestly, it's not. Let's see here. Gypsy Faded says the guys have been harassed to the max. Yeah, but I don't give a shit if they've been harassed. They're cops. They're cops who probably make six figures. You're going to get harassed. I don't fucking care. People are going to make fun of you and they hate you and they dox you. Too fucking bad. I don't care. That's all legal. People are doxing us and being mean. I don't care. That shit that happened with Hilton Hotels, rejecting all their reservations. Based. You're a private company. You know what you could say? I don't want government agents using my property. Awesome. The fact that they're getting harassed, I don't fucking care. There are things you could do that are perfectly legal to fuck with them. And by all means, engage in those. There's nothing wrong with any of that if it's legal. Let me see here. ICE does not have the authority to arrest. Once again, yes, they do. Once again, yes, they do. That in the Find ICE groups. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with somebody walking behind them. Okay, it's really cold in Minneapolis, but let's say you get a flatbed truck. Okay. Like a flatbed truck, whatever. As long as you're not violating noise ordinances or nobody's going to give you problems, you could drive around in a truck like this with a sound system on the back of it. And you know what? Run around screaming, "Hey, look, everybody, here's ICE. Look, these are ICE agents in front of us." And it's kind of like that meme where the fat guy is getting followed by the dude with the tuba going like, "Bum, bum, 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 bum." You could drive behind them everywhere they went in this type of truck with the speakers blasting, "Oh, look, it's ICE, it's ICE, it's ICE. Here are the ICE agents. Here are the ICE agents." I don't care. That's perfectly legal. Fuck that. That, it's no different than if you see the cops coming, you're driving down the road, you see a cop sitting in the median, and you start flashing your high beams to let everybody know, "Hey, there's a cop here for a speed trap." Perfectly legal. I have no problem with that. Putting all their shit on a map. I don't have a problem with that. I think these Find ICE groups are perfectly legal. Nothing wrong with it. And if those people who are getting arrested and harassed by ICE, it's unconstitutional. 100% unconstitutional. So that's just I'm going to say there. Her tires are covered in ice. Her car is surrounded by ice. Do. They never told her she was under arrest. Get out of the car. You're detained. What do you think that means, Katrina? Get out of the car. Like that is standard on police stops in this country. The cop tells you to get out of the car. Are you going to be like, no, I'm not, you haven't told me I'm under arrest yet? Try that. Try that. You know what's going to happen? The judge is going to fuck you in the ass. Get out of the car. You're detained. You are effectively under arrest. Get out of the car. You're not going to win that. We literally have a million fucking videos of people play that game. So it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Yeah, they never read her Miranda rights. Popcorn Power says, wait, you're allowed to annoy law enforcement? Yeah, you're allowed to. Why not? Yet law enforcement isn't allowed to annoy you back? No, they are public officials. They're expected to be professional. Like, they don't have a right to fuck back with people. That's, if they can't handle it, go work at McDonald's. No, I don't think cops should have the right to fuck with people. I don't want them doing it. Yes, am I being detained? Yeah. Yeah. Saying get out of the car is not the same as you're under arrest. You know, for intensive purposes of the intensive purposes of the Fourth Amendment, yes, it is. You are detained. You are not free to go. You are arrested. Would a reasonable person think they're free to go right now? You're under arrest. So. Like, it's just not going to work that way. Get out of the car doesn't mean anything. It means a lot. You're telling me right now, if a cop tells you to get out of the car, do you think you're free to go? Do you think you're being detained? Well, then you're seized under the terms of the Fourth Amendment. Let's see here. Let me see here. Well, is it a lawful order? It might not be. It might not be a lawful order. Maybe these. And here's the thing: we haven't seen all, but yeah, the officers could have lied. They could have made up a bullshit reason. She could have said "fuck you," and he says, "Get out of the car." That's illegal, but you know what? You're not gonna. Your illegal arrest. You are not going to win that on the side of the road. You're going to have to go to court to deal with that. So. Dashit says that with the advent of AI, you could ask illegal questions, but nope. Son is right, and it was Israel. Yeah. Jackson says, replay the video before she stopped. There really isn't any other video out there before she stopped. It all starts there. Oh. Let's see here. There is a line between annoying and impeding, sure. But you're going to have to go to court to fight that. You're not going to fight on the side of the road. Mr. Sowers says, ending legally is the same as jaywalking. It depends on what they charge you with, but they're allowed to stop you and detain you and kick you out. So. Girl Gone Duffner says it was straight up murder. I saw the videos. This lady was trying to leave her driveway when the ICE officer tried to block her. Was trying to leave her driveway. Okay. Well, we're gonna do this real quick because I think we just need to clarify something here. I don't think you understand kind of what we're looking at here. Let's bring this up because I don't see any driveways on the street. So where was she? Where was she going? Let's see here. Let's see here. This is going to be Renee Good. We're going to bring this up. We're going to bring this up here. Okay. Okay. And just humor me. Humor me as we do this. This is live TV. Girl Gone Duffner. Here we go. All right. So we got this. We got this here. Okay. So here we go. Let's start with this video. Where's this video at? Here. Okay. Here's the video. Okay, so right here, we have this view, this blue house, this fence, and this brick building, right? Okay. We're going to do something quick here. We're going to go to the map. We got this blue house, this fence, and that brick building. So roughly, she's kind of like right in this area. I think that'd be fair to say. She's somewhere in this area right here. She's somewhere in this area. And that's kind of what I would do. Like I said, I'm not the OSID specialist, but I don't see a driveway. I mean, there is no driveway. She wasn't turning around. Once again, it's a one-way street. There's no driveway. Like right here. That one doesn't count because that one's like way too far down. It's like, what the fuck was she going? She was like over in this area. She's fucking around with the ICE agents. Pretty much. I mean, I'm just saying. Does not look like it. And it's a little weird that her neighbor came out like in the middle of this, like, and her neighbor happened to, like, my neighbor's leaving the house and I'm just going to start filming. Like, it seems a little weird. Seems a little weird. It seems like they kind of like were out looking for an excuse to be on things. And then, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Just me. Just me. Just me. It just seems a little weird. Get your noggin jogging a little bit. Pay attention to the white SUV blocking her. The ICE agent was behind her car while the neighbor was videotaping him and he had his phone out. Here's the thing. If she's like, here's the other thing too, real quick. This is where, once again, this is where I have to, you want me to suspend, my lying eyes. If I'm coming out of my driveway, which this all looks like untouched snow. If it's a one-way street, it's a one-way street. Why is she going like this? Why wouldn't she just go whoop and go wherever the fuck she's going? Why is she turned that way? Why is she turned that way? That's a question you got to answer to me. Why is he out like that? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. This is it's a Battle of Jim's driveway. Yeah. Yeah. That's yeah, and that, from what I understand, the ICE agents were trying to get one of their cars that was stuck in all the snow. But, and like I said, I'm not trying to make fun of people, but it's just like, this just doesn't work. It doesn't work. So, she was going to the Leering Center. Yeah. And this is the biggest thing here. We don't know what happened before this. And that's the thing. I'd love to see what happened, but we don't. You know who's got the video? The guy who took this video. He would have had the video beforehand. But notice we don't have it. We don't have it. And I'm sure I'd love to see it. Jackson Biggie says, fucking rewind the video. I mean, okay, fine. The video is at 1 second. This is the entire video. This is all the video we have. All the video we have. So, yeah. There's nothing else to play back. We're literally all the way back. 0 seconds. There's no other video to play. Yes. Go back in time, Sean. Yes. Denial says, do you think we'll see the video in court? I mean, well, there's going to be no court. There's going to be no court. State of Minnesota is not going to prosecute this guy. If Lon Horiuchi could shoot if an FBI sniper could shoot Vicky Weaver in the face while she is unarmed, and the FBI can remove his case to federal court, this guy is not going to spend a day in a Minnesota jail. He is not going to spend a day in a Minnesota courtroom. Like, this case is Dunsky. So, Maggie says, what a fucking puke of a human you are. I mean, you could cry about it, but the facts are the facts. Like, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say, Maggie? Like, yeah. Like, these fucking stories don't add up. Sorry. It is what it is. The People's Defender. Oh, hello. Yes, Zdravstvuyte, tovarish. Я говорю по-русски. Says for the established record, she was trying to flee. Flee from what? Flee from what? Flee from what? Free from what? Because right now she's trying to. What is she fleeing from? Are you implying she committed a crime? Tim says they did charge Horiuchi and try him. No, they didn't try him. It got removed to federal court, and he nothing ever happened. He got indicted in Boundary County, Idaho, and nothing ever fucking happened to him because the case got removed to federal court and dismissed. So Lon never got tried. Never faced a trial. But he won't escape God's justice. I mean, getting back to this. For the established record, she was trying to flee. What was she fleeing from? What did she do? I like that when they say she was fleeing from what? Why was she fleeing? I thought she was leaving the driveway. Is she leaving the driveway or is she fleeing? I don't know. She's fleeing. She's turning around. She's going to get milk. She's going to cure cancer. There's a million answers here, chat. A million answers. So, yeah, and we just don't know. We don't know what's happening. We don't know what's happening. So that's just what happens. That's just what happens, chat. It's the beauty of it. If you've watched the video, she's yelling, "You shot my neighbor." Okay, then why is she Helen Keller? Why is she like turned around like this? Did she use her car? Did she decide to come out and fuck around with the cops because they were in front of her house? Like, why is she like this right now? Because if she needs to leave, she could just leave. But notice she's waving people around her. What is she doing? What is she doing? What is she doing? Why? And notice she keeps on moving and keeps turning her car. Like, if she had to leave, like, you just fucking go. Or, I mean, like I said, the most logical answer, she's fucking around. She's fucking around. I'm just, once again, what is it? What is a reasonable conclusion we can deduce from this? She keep waving people along. Notice the cops are out of the way. Okay, then go. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? John says there's a front video. Do you mean that video that's shot from really far away? Or do you mean there's a video of like somebody like standing over like right here? Because that I would love to see. Oh, my lovely producer's sending it to me now. And guys, you don't need to talk shit to people like that. Attack their ideas. You don't need to attack who they are. That's fine. That's fine. I appreciate it, but I don't need your help with that. So, let's see here. The white car with the door open was blocking her from leaving, but why is she driving like all the way? Like, why did she just leave? It's not blocking her from leaving. I mean, when you think about it, it didn't block the other car from leaving. Notice this car leaves. It drives right around it. Notice what she can do right now. She can go boop, 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 boop. And then she can go off to do whatever the fuck she's doing. But no, she's standing right here and she's like fucking jerking off and her tires are turned this way. It's almost like she's trying to be a fucking problem. That's not what a reasonable person would do. If you want to leave, you fucking leave. She's not leaving. What's happening? I don't know. Let's see here. Oh, Meme Copium is in chat. Hello. Good to see you, Meme. Let's see. Hold on. You guys are going fast here. I'm trying to catch up. Flee from being arrested. I understand, Culpercast. And I'm just like, what? Yeah, what? What is the thing here? The ICE agent, she didn't want to be detained. Okay, but when the policeman tells you stop, you're being detained. Guess what? You're detained. You don't you can try to fight them, and I would never tell you to do that. If the policeman says stop, you stop. Even Frosty the Snowman had to be like, when the policeman hollered stop. Stop. If it turns out they're doing a bunch of bullshit, fine. But you're not going to win that on the side of the road. They'll kill you to prove the point. So maybe she had a point, maybe she didn't. I don't know. So instead, she almost runs one of them over. Yeah. Let's see. Armand member 13 months says Sean made it. The legal eagle crowd is here. Yes. Nerd Camel says it was murder by Trump's Gestapo. All the Boots and cult members know it. When you call them the Gestapo, I mean, I hate it when people use that term, because if you really thought they were the Gestapo and you aren't sitting there loading up magazines and figuring out how to sensitize fertilizer and do all kinds of shit, because if they're really the Gestapo, there's only one way to defeat the Gestapo. There's only one way. And it ain't fighting here on Twitter. Let me tell you that much. The Shadow War is calling for you. If you really think they're the Gestapo. Now, I mean, this idea of oh, well, they're really not Nazis. That's just a term of speech. Well, don't let's be honest. You play these, don't play these Patriot games if you ain't going to step out on the field. How hard is it to see that's literally an ICE agent standing behind the vehicle? Okay, yeah. It's ICE agents are trying to block her from leaving. He's not stopped her from leaving. She could have left. She could have already left. She could have left already. Nobody stopped her. Nobody's in front of her. Nobody's in front of her right now. She can leave. Remember, it took a whole nother 10 seconds for that other guy to show up. Notice, nobody's in front of her. No one's in front of her. No one's in front of her. No one's in front of her. Still, nobody's in front of her. 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 Now somebody's in front of her. And more importantly, if that guy's been in front of her the whole time and she still wants to leave, she's a dumber fucking idiot than I thought. So, just saying, that's yeah. She was obstructing traffic. Well, looks like they were going to arrest her for obstructing them. So, Ray says, I can't believe there are people defending the murder. The world's going crazy. I mean, am I defending it, or am I just telling you how it, based on the evidence available, it's I'm not thrilled this woman's dead, but you pay your money, you take your chances. Let me see here. Mean Copia says, looks like a normal female driver to me. Yeah, it looks like a normal Japanese driver, yes. Let's see. He didn't even unholster until after she's moving forward, yeah. How is this justified? They're attempting to arrest her. They told her to get out of the car. You are now under arrest. You're being detained. You were seized under the Fourth Amendment. Are you going to comply? No, well, then they are going to make you comply. And at this point here, at this point, what makes you think she has the right to do any of this? That's the point. That's the point. And a vehicle is a weapon. She's turned that vehicle into a weapon at that point. In this vehicle, you can obviously see the white SUV where the ICE agent was standing behind her car that no one caught, the one that caused the issue in the first place. No, because that car hasn't moved. That car stayed where it is. Let's go back. Let's go back. That car has not moved. The white SUV hasn't moved. And look, magically, this fucking car, it can go wee. So guess what Renee could have done? She could have gone wee. She didn't leave. Why did she not leave? This is, once again, you explain to me, like, because now it looks like somebody wants to fuck around. What is she doing? Why is she out here? I'm leaving my driveway. Where? Where's the driveway? I don't see the driveway right here. Like, what is she doing? What the fuck is going on? Why is she fucking around? Why hasn't she fucking left? I need to leave. Then leave. Crawling out into the road like Mr. Magoo is not... is stupid. BillHaynes.net says, and this Sean Mark character is a victim-blaming scumbag. Oh, well. You'll have that. Suffer. I mean, I'm not... like, in victim blaming this situation, I'm not blaming the cop. It's his fault he got in the way of the car. But they didn't make her comply. They shot her. No, they made her comply. Stop. Stop the car. We're going to seize you. So they 100% used every bit of force to stop her. That's my point. They will seize you. They seized her under the Fourth Amendment. By using deadly force, they killed her and have seized her. That's what the lawsuit's going to focus on. That's what the case law is going to focus on. She's been seized. So they did. So. The stickers, I don't care about the stickers. How far back, like, stickers, I don't care. Let's see here. Truth be told says that was the third one. That's the worst angle. He moved out of the way and wasn't even hit. Even if even if he's grazed, and you are saying, are you saying you could kill someone at that point? Well, it all depends on your situation. If you were driving the car towards me and I'm able to get out of the way in time, you still tried to run me over. Now, depending on the situation, yeah, you might be able to. And remember, this all happens in less than under 2 seconds. Like, we already discussed this. This happens under 2 seconds. Let's start this again. This happens in under 2 seconds.
No! No!
From here, he's drawn his pistol. Under 2 seconds before all 3 shots.
Oh, shame! Shame!
We went from 15 to 17 seconds, and we didn't even use the full second. Like, less than 2 seconds have expired. Things happen fast. Life comes at you fast. Cult Force says you can't kill someone for not complying. If you're not complying by means of lethal force, yes. If the cops try to arrest me and I pull out a shotgun and start shooting at them, I'm not complying. Like, the scale of force is a spectrum. It's a scale. It's a sliding scale. telling somebody get out of a car, you're under arrest, stop. That's force. All the way up to bang, bang, bang. That's force as well. But yes, if you're using lethal force to resist arrest, they 100%, that's 100% non-compliance. Iman Rez is saying, who's going to sue? Her kids? Yeah, her kids, her estate. They would all have the right to sue. Let's see. Let's see here. Leonardo says, you're the same people who cried about the lady who died on January 6th for attacking law enforcement. Well, she didn't attack law enforcement. She broke a window and came through. While there were a bunch of cops standing around her who decided not to shoot her. So, I went outdoors for $20, says, worst parallel parking job ever. Okay, yeah, that is pretty bad. That is pretty bad. Sandy says, Ben Hovland interviewed a witness. If you have a link to that, send it to me, because I'd be happy to. Well, maybe I'll pull it up on Twitter if that's available, because I would love to hear this witness say what's going on. Because like I said, if it turns out this guy did something illegal, then fuck yeah. Let's fucking send him to prison. But let's see here. Ben Hovland. He is a photojournalist at NPR News. What is that? Oh, Minnesota. Okay. Oh, Minnesota Public Radio. Duh. Let's see here. I don't see anything because I'm on Twitter and it's he doesn't appear to have anything recently. It's all like, here's Ben Hovland's stuff. And it's just like, it looks beautiful skating in Minneapolis on the river and stuff. Hell yeah. That looks like fun. I will say that is absolutely beautiful that is cool. That was a very beautiful shot. Beautiful picture. Oh, and speed skating like that, that's kind of neat. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's a nice river. Yeah, there's no yeah, I don't see it. So check DMs for the link, Frag Bob. Okay, thank you. I will check those in a second here. Okay, let's see. Oh wow, there's a bunch. Oh god. Okay, okay, this is something as far as things we want to talk about, this is one I do have a problem with. This one right here. This is something that happened after the shooting. And this is a guy, when a police, really anybody in general, if someone has a gun and it's not yours and they're not your people, so like your buddy or somebody, really in general though, don't touch other people's guns. That's a no-no. But this right here, I don't know if this is, I think this, as far as things that are dangerous, this was like really reckless, I think. So this guy grabs onto the gun, which is a stupid fucking thing to do. And see, at that point, I don't think that's legal. I think that's an illegal use of force. Other people were going to engage with him. He probably, you want to punch and hit him and, take your launcher and you want to strike him in the face with it. Those are all valid reasons. Get away from me. But we're now at this point of, he's backed away. You're able to grab your weapon. And now you're just like, thump, which I don't know what type of anti-personnel round or riot round he's using, but those are not meant to be shot in the head. That's actually dangerous. You could kill someone doing that. If that guy hadn't been wearing glasses and looking straight at him, that kind of pressure and all that shit that could have blinded him, caused him serious injury. That is something I don't like. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that at all. You can't do that at all. I don't like that one at all. Haven King says, Can you shoot tires to avoid chases? No, you don't want them to do that. Number one, shooting at tires, like, guys, Google here on YouTube. Shooting tires on cars doesn't always work. You know, depending on the angle, the bullet can bounce off and ricochet. You got problems. You're shooting at moving targets like that. It's not guaranteed to do anything. Like, it's not safe. No. We don't want the cops shooting at tires. That's a very reckless thing. That's super, 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 super reckless. But good question. Let me see here. Let's see here. 2.0 says, front angle. Okay, well, yeah, I've seen that front angle. Frank Bob says, what do you got here? Okay. Oh, all right. Okay, yeah, here we go. Thank you, Frag. All right, so here we go, chat. This is interesting. Okay, so let's see what this lady's got to say.
They clearly wanted her out of there because she was the main car leading the protest, is my understanding. I talked to another guy who was driving behind her, but she was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do, and so they wanted to.
She was turning around. She was trying to weave. What? Oh, see, there you go. I guess he was being a fucking asshole.
Get her the hell out of there. Yeah.
So.
Wow, it sounds like she was fucking around.
She was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do, and so they wanted to get her the hell out of there. Yeah.
So it looked like she was impeding ICE vehicles.
Definitely, yeah. Okay. That was her goal.
Don't fuck around like that. Don't fuck around like that. You know, like, yeah, it wasn't fucking, you know, yeah, oops. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, she wanted a TikTok video. Well, now she is one. Rex says right-wing people are evil. I guess, if that's, you know, saying, like, don't, like, would the police tell you you're under arrest and stop and don't fuck around with the cops and commit crime? I guess if that makes me evil, I guess. I don't know. Pretty evil. Stephen Duggan says, who the fuck cares? You don't kill people for blocking traffic. She wasn't killed for blocking traffic. She was getting arrested for violating federal law. She was getting arrested for impeding officers. And they have tried to arrest her. And she refused to be arrested. So no, she didn't get killed for blocking traffic. She got killed because she resisted arrest. When you fuck around to commit a crime, take your pinch like a man. Don't fuck around. You know, it's amazing. If she would have just said, okay, fine, cuff me up, she wouldn't have been killed. So, yeah, don't fight them. It's not going to work. Yeah. It's what she set out to do. Yeah. Yeah. The one honest man in the neighborhood. Yep. Troopy tells I'm pretty sure you have foreigners in my chat. I do. We have some. So. Franco says felony murder charge when? I don't think so. I don't think so there. I don't think so. I don't think anybody's going to get it, nor would I want them to get that. Because felony murder is like felony. It's not a felony to impede them like that. That would have been a charge, but it wouldn't be like a felony, like she goes to prison for 20 years felon. Like, no, I wouldn't support felony murder at that point for any of those people. So, yeah. I guess if Ashley Babbitt had a SUV, it would have been okay. So, yeah, she's not coming out of her driveway. Shabubu says she does not live there. I know, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like, yeah, she doesn't. Or even if she was fucking around, and she shouldn't have been fucking around. Yeah, so. Yeah, she said the quiet part out loud. And she'd done it before and got away with it. Yeah. Whoops the doodle. Stephen Duggan says, you don't kill someone blocking the road. That's crazy. She wasn't blocking. She was under arrest for impeding officers. You know, you get killed for resisting arrest. So, yeah, she got her snoot booped. Yeah. Exactly what I said. She was deliberately obstructing traffic. Yeah. You were actually the one honest man on the left tonight has been the communist. So. Oh, the 100 people who couldn't handle it just bailed. I guess they did. Yeah, I'm right wing. I don't know. Wow. What would make you think I'm right wing in here? I don't know. Would it be the Glock, the 3D printed Glock behind me? Would it be the MAGA hat? Would it be the Rhodesia posters up there? Would it be the Panzer 4 or the Panzer 3 right there? Would it be the Trump guy right here? I mean, I don't know which ones it would be. I don't know, chat. Franco says they were literally hunting law enforcement. Okay, that's fine. That's still not a felon. No. It's not what the felony murder statute's for. No. Absolutely not. No. No. No, that is, we do not want the government resorting to that. We do not want the government resorting to that. She colluded with the entire group. Yeah, but is it reasonably foreseeable that she was like, there would be continuity issues there of, you know, like how could you have foreseen that? You couldn't have. You couldn't have. So no, I would not support that at all. So let's see here. Let's see here. He needs to go to jail, man. She didn't want to hit the cop. It doesn't matter about what she wanted to do or not wanted to do. If that guy felt like he was in fear for her life, like the fact she was driving clumsily, like you don't to create a fear that you're going to kill someone. If I cause you to believe that I'm going to kill you, and it might be because, let's see, what would be a good example? We're walking down the street, for example, and I got a chainsaw and it's running and I'm walking out and all of a sudden I'm like, I'm about to take it to the chainsaw dealer to get it worked on. And I got my Husqvarna, a fucking nice 24-inch bar on it, you know, fucking ready to rock and roll. And I'm just like, and it's, I was like, oh, wow. And I guess it works. And I happen to, you know, and all of a sudden I start, and I'm just turning around with it. And I've got it throttled up. And I turn around. I don't know you're right behind me. But if I turn around with it, I'm going to hit you and kill you. You have the right to defend yourself. Even if I'm not intending to cause you harm, you have a reasonable belief that I'm going to kill you or seriously injure you. And you would have the right to use whatever force necessary. And let's say that included shoving that, like getting inside that, like ducking, pushing me. You could probably pull out a gun and kill me. Shoot me in the head and I drop like a sack of potatoes. Shove that chainsaw back into my face. Kill me. You are allowed to protect yourself, even if that, like, it does, like, you can have a belief you're going to get injured or killed by somebody, even if they're not intentional, like, even better one. You're standing there as an electrician and you're working on some electrical stuff. Or you're standing in a pool of water and you've locked out and tagged out the electrical panel. And some guy walks up, you know, the building manager, and he comes up, bolt cutters, cuts off the locks, and he's about to flick the switch to the power. He doesn't know you're right there. Are you allowed to use force to stop him? Are you going to have to go, well, nope, I guess I get electrocuted today. Oh, well. No, you would be within your rights to use whatever force necessary to stop him. You could throw a wrench at him and hit him in the head and kill him. You are allowed to protect yourself. You're allowed to protect yourself. You don't just have to go, oh, well, I guess she didn't realize I'm here. I guess I got to die. Steven says, ICE is not the police and has no jurisdiction to rescue citizens. Once again, Steven, and I brought this up. You're an ICE agent. And I walk up to your office and I sit there with a can of gas and I start pouring it all over you. Are you allowed to arrest me? And stop me from lighting on a fire? Or do I have to go neater, I'm a citizen, you can't stop me? Like, which federal agents are allowed to arrest people? Because they're all 1811s. They're all federal agents. They're all special agents. Like, their law enforcement credentials are just like air marshals, DEA agents, FBI agents, postal inspectors. They all have the same powers. Like, are you telling me they couldn't enforce federal law if they wanted to? You know, they're also immigrations and customs enforcement. Once again, immigration and custom enforcement. So you're telling me if you come across the border, you're smuggling stuff and you run into the ICE agent, like he transfers jobs, and you go, neener, you can't stop me. These Cuban cigars are, I'm a citizen. You can't arrest me. Ha, ha, ha. And he goes, fuck. No. Dumbest fucking thing ever. He can't arrest me for immigration purposes, but the idea he couldn't arrest me for violating federal law, I'm telling you, you are 100% fucking wrong on that. Yeah, since when was a sector right wing? I don't know. Melissa Irene says, I pray for your soul. I pray for everyone. Thank you. I pray for you too. They have no authority over her. They do. You're not you're telling me right now, if she started punching them in the face, they couldn't arrest her. Like, you're allowed to assault them because you're a U.S. citizen. I mean, that's pretty base. That you can assault and, like, I could pull out a gun and shoot one. I can't get arrested for it. They can't stop me. I'm a U.S. citizen. We have special immunity against ICE. I love this. I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't understand how that works, man. I just don't understand how that works. Like, that's especially, yeah. Game wardens can only arrest hunters. That's correct, yeah. Now, generally speaking, that's all they're going to do. But yes, they are state law enforcement officers. So, Brick Daniel says more weight. I know. Me being fat still doesn't change the equation at all. Daniel Peterson says they're not allowed to fire on vehicles in their own policy. Yeah, let's go to that one. Let's go to that one here. Yeah, they can. They can. Firearms made a discharge unless, and once again, this is where you guys gotta. This is something especially non-lawyers do. You read one thing: firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. You read the one sentence. What you didn't do was read the rest of it. Like, there's a whole paragraph you didn't read here, buddy. Whole paragraph you didn't read, which there's a lot to this paragraph, and we'll go through it. We'll go through it. I got you, buddy. You know, specific, you can't do it unless. Unless means, okay, there are times where you can do it. And what are those times? A person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. So if I'm in the car, if you're in the car shooting at me and I'm a DHS agent, oh fuck, I can't shoot Daniel, he's in the car and he's driving away. Fuck, he's invincible now. Neener, my car's driving away. No, that would be retarded. So there's already one unless. The second thing, the vehicle's operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious harm to the officer or others. And notice, so yes, you can do it. And there's no objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. That might be the second part. You might have something there, but look, you can definitely use a fucking gun on a car. So you are allowed to do it. It's in their policy. It's like, yeah, we just like this is a whole policy provision. Just to sit here and say, well, they can't shoot at cars. I'm like, that would make no fucking sense at all. That would make no fucking sense at all. D's Nut says, can you explain, can we get an analysis explaining examples that aren't what actually happened here? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, the guys in front of the car, do you have a reasonable belief you are going to suffer serious bodily harm or death? Simple. Like, are you allowed? Like, yes. Would you agree that somebody trying to run you over is lethal force? Yes, a car trying to run you over is deadly force because it's either going to kill you or severely injure you. You are allowed to use deadly force. I mean, like, there's not a whole lot to this here. I mean, all she had to do was fucking stop. This isn't even like she had no chance of. I mean, here we go. Like, let's go back to it. Let's go back to it. Let's go back to it. And we also notice she was intentionally part of a group of people. Her job was to fuck with these guys. He's got his gun out already. And notice he's getting pushed back. She's already pushing him back. Now, he's not allowed to just, like, he can't just drive off and drive away. Oh, darn. Stop. Oh, no. Oh, we couldn't stop her. No, you're allowed to stop people with force. He's still in front of the car. He's at probably the corner panel or the corner of the car at this point. Where somewhere in the front, because remember, the shot comes through the windshield. Right there. And where is he at? Yeah. He's already made a decision to shoot by the time he's been thrown free of the car. That's acceptable. Because remember, this all happens in less than 2 seconds. Probably less than half a second if you time it right. Oh, sorry. We got to do this at normal speed. Sorry. This all happens in less than a second and a half.
No! Shame! Shame!
That's right there. Less than a second and a half. So there you go. And also, I mean, as far as examples, I'm not the one who's claiming that the police can't arrest you. To argue that there's federal law enforcement officers there. Like, yeah, it does. First, who is that officer? He didn't show his face. It could be anyone. No, we know. Like, well, number one, she knows who it is because we already heard somebody say they were fucking around with the cops, and we already know who it is. We've had the guy's picture. Where is his picture at? People have already taken a picture of this guy. Yeah, like, are you telling me right now you wouldn't be able to say that's a cop, Rex? You'll go to fucking prison. I dare you to shoot. Like, somebody comes at you dressed like this. Federal officer, federal agent, stop. You know, and you're like, I couldn't tell they were cops, so I killed him. You're gonna go to prison. Is it reasonable? Is he wearing identifying things? Yeah, he is. I mean, and you already know he's a cop because you're out there fucking around with him too. So that takes her defense away of that. She couldn't have known they were cops. She was following them around. Like, yeah. Yeah. So, Daniel says Barnes v. Felix. Barnes v. Felix is not about, this is going to say what you want here, though. Because that's not what, like, Barnes v. Felix does not come to, it's a totality of the circumstances when you're evaluating excessive force. Yeah, and it's going to be in that moment, along with everything else there. Because remember, the use of force is going to be Graham v. Connor. Was it reasonable? You're going to have to do that. So Barnes v. Felix is not exactly what you think it's going to do for you here, buddy. Just saying. You know, the Graham factors are required to be involved. So at some point, it's just not automatically going to work here. You have to do all the relevant circumstances. And yeah, one of them is going to be, it was under a second and a half. What was she doing? She was known. They knew who she was. She's not going to be able to say, I didn't know nothing. Truth be told says he's literally saying if you have any pushback towards an ICE agent, what do you mean if you have any pushback? Like if you push them with your car? If I push anybody with my car, I would expect them to want to use deadly force against me. Like, I don't know what you mean by pushback. And SDR says, maybe you would have been able to move because you're fat. Maybe. Dan saying they don't have black and white immunity for shooting cars fleeing. I understand, but you argued they had no ability to do it at all. And I showed you that's not correct at all. I mean, I understand you're kind of like grabbing and picking things you're finding on Twitter, but you just told me they weren't allowed to shoot at moving vehicles, period. Which they clearly can based on policy. I'm just saying, buddy, like we got to work on this here. She ran over his toe. I mean, I don't think she ran over his toe. I don't think he's been like, hold on. I don't think anybody like he suffered an injury. Like, I understand he was sent to the hospital and checked out, but I'm not aware he actually suffered an injury here. But if she did, yeah. If somebody's running over your toe and like, how do I know what the rest of the car is not going to run me over? But yes, she came close enough to hitting him that she ran over his toe. And she decided to keep driving, thinking, oh, God, that guy's right there. I might run him over. Oh, well, fuck it. Like, you know, like if she really did do that, fuck, that makes it even easier. Yeah. I mean, like, I didn't even, like, I'm not even going to assume she injured him at this point. If she injures him, that really tips the scales in his favor. But we don't know that. I don't think that's actually been established. Let's see. Let's see here. What are you guys also saying? She's a sovereign citizen. I mean, like, kind of in a way. Coffee Dad says, Daddy Trump, Daddy Trump. Well, I wouldn't go that far. Does a lot of shit I don't like. And if you've watched this show ever, a lot of times I haven't liked what he's done, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Coffee Dad. Zissou says, can you shoot at people that are running away? There can be times where you could. Like, for example, if you're an axe murderer and you just killed a bunch of people and you're running down the street with a bloody axe in your hands towards a group of people, would you not be allowed to shoot at that person to stop them from going to kill more people? Like, yes, if you were an armed, violent, like, threat, yeah, you could be shot. If you're merely just running away, no. Tennessee v. Gardner says that's not allowed. You have to show a reasonable threat. Like an ongoing threat. Like, yeah, but like otherwise, yeah, just running away doesn't allow that. But the idea that you could never have a situation where that would happen, like, no, certainly you could. Certainly you could. But no, you notice cops don't just shoot people for doing that. Although I will point out, Tennessee v. Gardner was 1985. So yes, up until 1985, yeah, you could do that. But it hasn't been the case for 40 years. Which, yes, that's really fucked up that that's been the case only for 40 years. But I don't know what to tell you. That's something I can't really control. Let's see here. You're not allowed to stop with force. You can 100% stop with force. You can 100% stop with force. You're telling me you can't, like, honey. You can, what do you think a firearm is? Honey. Firearms are deadly force here, buddy. Firearms are deadly force. That's force. You're allowed to do it in some situations. Like, do you argue you can't shoot at a car at all, period, ever and never, ever, ever? If they're inside a car shooting at you, you'd have to go, oh, well, they're in a car driving away and they're shooting at me. I'm not allowed to shoot at them anymore. Once again, it's a fucking retarded position. Like, it's okay to say, wow, that would be really dumb. That would be really dumb. So. Maybe you could argue the officer acted to protect others. I mean, maybe he did. I don't know what he said. The problem is with that, and I understand what you're getting at here. There's no others. There's no others I can find. Because when you look at this, these guys are not in the way. And then when we look, I don't see other, like, there's no ICE agents, like, running around down here. Like, if there were, okay, maybe. But I don't see anybody. Now, maybe if you're getting at where is, because this is the same guy. This is that same guy. There's not like an additional ICE agent. This is that guy from the beginning. So he's like walking over. I think he gets into his car. It's not clear. Presumably, since he's not in this picture, I'm assuming he's in his car. We just can't see. I don't think there's anybody else he's acting to save at that point. I get what you're saying there, but no, I mean, he's allowed to, like, you're detained, stop moving. Now, is this going to be considered an officer-created exigency? I don't think courts would agree in this situation. Based on the case law that's out there and the courts, like the cases that have been done, I don't think they would see this as the, he created the exigency and, they are allowed to stop people. So, no, I don't think that, like, because by the time he shoots, I mean, there's nobody, like, it's like if there was a parade of, like, blind little, like, orphans walking across the street, okay, maybe, but I don't see that. So I don't see anybody else he could argue to protect at that point. Unless he's going to say, after the first shot, she's an armed, violent felon, so I'm using force to stop her under Tennessee v. Gardner. But I don't think that's the case. I think he's going to say, I reacted and it happened in under a second and a half. So I think that's what he would say. I don't know because I don't know what he said. And, at some point we'll probably find out. So it just is what it is. Let's see here. So, hold on. Let me see what this. Let's see. No, that wouldn't work. All right. Let's see. Let's see. It says clearly use of force. I wonder if Ashley Babbitt was given the same consideration. Oh, I mean, she wasn't. She got fucking shot in the face. So. RFCAN says, yes, 8 U.S.C. 1357 gives officers to misdemeanors and felony in jurisdiction in the United States. Every federal law enforcement officer has that jurisdiction. I mean, they have all kinds of power under federal law. So, like, it's very easy. Like, this whole idea they can't do stuff is kind of goofy. It's very goofy goober. I don't give a shit about her bumper stickers. You guys are worried about that instead. The car did not even hit his toe. Well, you were saying it hit his toe. I was confused. Like, I don't know why we're bringing up the point. Steven says, you're missing the part where no other option was available. Like, step to the side, exactly, like he did. He murdered her, full stop. Okay, sure. But we just had somebody screaming, you can't shoot at moving cars, period, which was 100% fucking wrong. You could do it in a lot of situations. And I don't know why he couldn't move. Maybe he didn't feel he had time. Maybe he's like, I was slipping on the ice. Like I said, I think a lot of things went wrong here all at once. And one of the biggest ones is baby girl wanted to fuck around. That's why you don't fuck around. The car hit him. He went to the hospital. I'm sure he got checked out, but yeah. Let's see here. Hold on 1 second. All right, hold on. I need to turn on slow mode. We're going. The mods like, help us, help. Okay. All right, hold on here, chat. I need to. Okay, we're gonna figure out how to do slow
And then
mode
you
real
go
quick.
to customization,
Oh, okay.
and then you
I know
have
where to
the
go.
category here to do slow mode.
Oh, shit,
So
why
slow
don't you do
mode is
YouTube
down
Studio?
here. Click
I got
that.
it. I got it, chat. Hold on. Oh, there's a new abscess video I'm gonna have to watch later. Damn, that looks like a good one. That looks like a good one. It's a juicy abscess. All right, let's see here. All right. Live chat replay summary. How do I slow mode? There we go. There you go, guys. Mods, I turned on slow mode for you. Thank you. From there we go. And Rabbit Stick saying 18 USC 1501. We'll bring that up real quick. I don't know that one off the top of my head. Well, that's not really, that wouldn't apply here, I don't think. I think it's more of 18 USC 111, which we showed already. This is interesting, though. Here, this is from this is interesting. This is from Colin Wright. We're gonna look at this here. Here we go, guys. So he says, one thing to point out: the 4 to 5 second mark, the car isn't driving. The woman steps on the gas while the wheels are turned to the left. Because the ground is frozen, the tires have no traction and spin. Had there been no ice, the car likely would have gone head on and struck the cop. Okay. Well, let's look at this then. Let's look at this. Okay, let's look at this real quick. We'll mute this so we don't have to hear it. And we'll slow this down a little bit more. We'll slow it down a little more from him. So here we go. Here we go. Let's try this. Okay. Okay, so here we go. I think we're going to see the tire spin. Oh, yeah, you can see the tire spinning. Once again, it sounds like she fucked up. She was probably not paying attention. Guess what? You've gone forward at her. It's game on at that point. That's why you don't, like, if you're playing these fucking games, they get very dangerous very quickly because the other people get to play the game as well, and they can go as hard as you, if not harder. You've got a car. You could kill him. He's got a gun. He could kill you. That's why you don't do this shit. That's why you don't do this shit. And notice the tires spin, and he's like, it's on. You know, at that point, like, you've already demonstrated, like, we're out of time at that point, guys. That's why you don't do this. That's why you don't do this. If you're going to play the game, you got to take your pinch like a man. That's why you don't do it. That's why you don't do that. I mean, yeah, there we go. So the two side shoots in the side window after he's out of the way is what? Tell me. Well, it's kind of like, well, I don't think they were both in the side window. It looks like one went through her hold on here. Where is that picture? She's got your picture. There's a picture of the window, but the side mirror got blasted. And I don't think I don't think both shots went through the side window. I don't think it's clear from that angle. Let's see here, because I'm going to show what I think there are 2 bullet holes we can see. Let's see, where is... Crap, I had it earlier and I took it down. Accidentally deleted. Okay, this will help us. Here, perfect. Perfect. Well, actually, can this one help us? I don't know. Here, we'll try this one. Let's see here. Open images, new tab. All right. So we got the one right here. And did the other one, like, I mean, I don't know, like the side window, like, okay, if I'm standing right here, if you're standing on the front corner of the car, can you see in? Like, I don't know exactly where he was when both those got fired. But once again, in a totality of the circumstances, you know, he just doesn't go bang and, oh, did I get you? You're going to go bang, bang, bang. Like, you know, and once again, it's all in a second and a half. I don't know what more you want, buddy. Like, don't put the cops in a situation when they got to fucking kill you. And, you know, that this doesn't happen. It's just that's basic advice here, man. He shot the second from the side. Yeah, okay. Well, like, what's the side to you? Because we can't tell from the first video. Was he here? Was he here? Was he here alongside the car? Was he here alongside the car? That's not been clearly established yet. What does the side mean? Let's see. Yeah, what do you think you are? A defense attorney? I know. So. Let's see. I am Buddha, maybe. That could have been Blumpf under that mask. I know. Drumpler. Yeah, you're going to have a bad day. Yes. 100% you're going to have a bad day. Yeah, the idea she didn't know they were cops is retarded. The idea, it's like, even if he didn't have the mask, you don't know who it is anyway. Okay. Like, apparently she'd been fucking around with ICE at that point. The idea, she didn't know this was a cop. I mean, have fun trying to go to court and claiming you don't know that's a cop and you shoot the guy. You're going to go to federal prison for the rest of your fucking life. So she's not going to be able to, like, if she was alive, she would not be able to say, I didn't know they weren't cops. It's clear she knew they were cops. But just because it says police on your vest, I can, you know. I mean, like, you can totally buy this shit. It's like, you know, I could buy custom patches. I mean, like, I can go buy this shit. Like, it's not hard. But clearly, she knew who that was. And the argue she didn't, it's going to be a little... That's going to be tough for people to argue she didn't know who it was. Let's see. If these were police officers, why would they have to cover their faces? The cops routine, like, hold on one second. Hold on. All right, guys, I guess people are saying that's, hold on, I gotta fix this. Slow mode, enter time between, here. All right. Okay, so apparently we had to mess with the time there. If these guys were police officers, why would they have to cover their faces? I mean, there's a lot of police officers that cover their faces. Like, have you ever seen a SWAT team? Have you ever seen, like, undercover officers? Like, a lot of police people cover their faces. Now, should they be, you know, should they be allowed to operate? Yeah, but like them wearing a mask, it doesn't really make them any worse, because if they weren't wearing the mask, would you be like, oh, I'm okay with this now? Well, no, that's just one more thing to pick at. Fine, they don't wear a mask. Are you going to be like, all right, well, I'm going to go home. Fine, I'm done. Is it really? Is that all you wanted? Just them not to wear masks? I know that's not it. So don't dig in on that hill, because you know you don't matter there. Del Rocco says Texas cops wouldn't put up with that. Most cops in America would have shot her. Everyday police officers don't cover their faces. A lot of cops do. I mean, not every, like the average patrol officer, no. But like, I mean, if I could show you cops covering their faces, are you gonna like, yeah, they are given the opportunity to. If you don't want them to, change the law. Get the law changed saying they can't do it. But they aren't doing anything illegal. Well, this is saying she obviously can't speak, but yes. There are ICE impersonating police officers. They're not impersonating. Well, there are police impersonators, but that happens regardless of ICE. Well, Texas law applying in Minnesota, I guarantee you in Texas, she would have got fucking lit up and nobody would get charged. So let me see here. That Outback has all-wheel drive. That's not an Outback. That's a Honda Pilot. So that's not going to work. Fish Dep try say hi. I'm sorry, I probably ruined that. Hi. Saying, as a neutral Vietnamese person, I believe ICE committed murder acting in self-defense. She was driving away to escape, yet the officer drew his gun and fired. I mean, was she escaping? Would a reasonable person believe she's escaping? I mean, you're still you're under arrest. You're not allowed to move. You don't just get to run away. Like, they have the right to stop you from fleeing. Let's see. He's going to be exonerated. I don't know about that, but yeah, I don't think he's going to get charged. Yeah, there are reports that ICE are going around people. Yeah, it's hold on here. Police impersonators conducting home invasions. Google that shit. You know how much that happens right now? Here we go. Happening all the fucking time. You're old Dun Duffner. Oh my God, it happens. Yeah, oh my God, it's happening everywhere. Look. People are busting into homes dressed as cops all the time. It's nothing new. If they take their mask off, once again, answer my question. If they take their mask off, will you simply go, oh, well, my job's done, I'm going home? Or is that just one more point to bitch about? That's all I'm asking you. Tell me. There, tell me. God damn, you guys are going way too fast. God, it's so fast, guys. I'm going to skip chats here. Chad Nader says they are terrorists who looted a citizen. Yeah, no. Personally, as armed civil servants, I don't carry a mask, but I think they should have body cams on so we can get the truth in every case. I 100% agree. They should have body cams without question. I think that should be mandatory for every cop. I think every courtroom should be filmed. And the big problem here is I don't think this guy had a body cam. And I think that if he didn't have body cam, why didn't he have one? Because I'm pretty sure DHS policy is he should have a body cam, but I don't see a body cam on this guy. I mean, he's got his placard right here. Is this a body cam? It could possibly be an Axon body cam or something. This could also be a mic, a mic for his walkie-talkie, his radio. I don't know. I don't know what that is. I hope to God that's a body cam. I hope there's a body cam right here. I hope to God there is, because I want to see what he saw. I want to see what he saw. But it doesn't, like, there's no readily, although the only thing I could think is, some people claim they have a picture of him without, yeah, I think there's a, oh, actually, hold on here. Yeah, oh, actually, ooh, I don't think he has one. I found another picture. This is him turned sideways. I see cable jumble and stuff here, but I don't know what that is. I don't see a body cam on this guy, and he should have one. He 100% should have one. I don't think he's got one. That's not good. I don't like that. And the fact that no body cam's on is fucking a travesty. Let me see if there's another picture. See if we could find a better picture. No, I don't see another picture. It shows him. So, don't see another picture. It shows it. But yeah, I have a problem because I don't think that's actually on there. I don't think it's on there. That's not good. Love the Pie says you'll never green me. We'll green whoever we can. Oh, let's see here. It's called a red herring. I know, Derna. I know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they wear masks in the first place is also true. So, Chat Nation says, "Tell me, would you let anyone masked and armed kidnap you?" I mean, okay. I mean, these guys are coming for you. If they tell you stop, you're under arrest, are you going to fight them? Like, do you think they're police or not? They're wearing masks. Masked and armed. I mean, that's kind of a retarded argument here. Like, what is the option? What is the option? I mean, these guys are masked and armed. What do you do? I mean, are you really going to try to just kick it off with these dudes? Because you're going to die. And you're probably going to kill your family. So I would not recommend you do that. Oh no, chat. I mean, look, more masked and armed men. Yes. Like, are you gonna fight them? Are you gonna fight them? Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah. Yes, and People's Defender brings a great point. Yes. So there are cops who cover their faces, and why might you cover your face? Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Guys, I'm gonna get to some of the super chats here in a second. I need to start going through those and catch up here. Body cams are being hit on purpose. This has always been this way. Oh yeah, trust me. As a defense attorney, I know. I can tell the body cams have been fucked with. It happens all the time. Oh, my body cam malfunctioned. Bullshit, it did. Bullshit, it did. Happens all the time. Workfire says, "Oh God, I'm green now." ICE are not police officers or federal agents. Doesn't make a huge difference because though they can detain you and have the police arrest you, basically the same outcome. Well, no, they could still arrest you if you violate federal law. You could still be arrested for violating federal law. Now they can decide to let you get arrested for disorder. Like instead of impeding them, they could just detain you and have you arrested under state law if they want. But they can arrest you under federal law if they want to. It's all up to them. Yes. January 6th to January 7th = 6-7. Oh. Yeah, well, here Juba is saying Minnesota body cam footage released. Josh felt it again. This is going to be federal, so it's not under Minnesota's laws. This is federal body cam. This is federal law. This is federal FOIA. This is not going to be under Minnesota. That's the good news. That's the good news. Yes, J Ring, Google Barnesworth Felix. Yeah, totality of the circumstances. The seconds before it and the seconds during it. Yeah. Do you think she's justified in doing what she did? No. Do you think I still think he's justified. He's still going to be justified, man. Zero Fox says Biden's body cam EO was undone by Trump in January 2025. Well, yeah, we'll see. My point is they're cowards hiding underneath a mask and they know they're doing illegal shit. Or they know they're dealing with fucking psychopaths who think they're doing illegal shit. I mean, you might be wrong. They might be wrong. You both might be wrong. Hold on. Was there mind? Oh, you guys say, hey, this illegal mindset. Where? Is he here in chat? Let's see here. Fed zone body cams. Well, some of them they were being ordered to do. Yes, they were. Chicago, they were being ordered to, and I think that was perfectly constitutionally reasonable. Remember, that was the federal judge said they all have to wear body cams. And what did I say? Based. Stephen Duggins, what specific law gives ICE the right to arrest U.S. citizens? I want to read it for myself. Let me see here. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. Here you go. I mean, you want to see it? 8 U.S.C. 1357, powers of immigration officers. Scroll all the way down. What kind of powers do they have? Powers without warrant, meaning they can arrest you without a warrant. Okay. Number 5, to make arrests for any offense against the United States if the offense is committed in their presence. For any felony cognizable under the laws of the United States, if the officer employs reasonable grounds to believe the person arrested is committed or is committing such a felony. And guess what's a crime against the United States? Assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers and employees. The idea they wouldn't be allowed to arrest you for doing anything would be nonsense. You know, they don't just get to go, oh, sorry, we can only fuck with Mexicans. There you go. 8 U.S.C. 1357. And I will tell you this much right now, there is no federal court in America that's going to say they don't have regular law enforcement powers. So, let's see here. Let's see here. Girl Gone Duffner says, I know most of the people in this chat would not just let these people run up on your family and shove them in a vehicle without a fight. Sure, that doesn't mean it's still not legal. I mean, yeah, if I had family who was here illegally, I'd be pissed off about it and want to stop something, but also they're here illegally. Like, you know, like now we're getting into the tampon emotion game of like, what if it was your family that was killed in that drunk driving attack? It was, yeah. What if it was your family? It's like, shit happens. Like the tampon ringing is not a legal argument. It's not a logical argument either. Are they breaking the law? Yes or no? Are these guys enforcing law? Yes or no? Yes. Sure, I wouldn't be thrilled with it, but also, are they following the law? Notice we're bouncing now. You're bouncing to another point. So now this is an emotional appeal. Yeah, she died protecting a Somali child molester, probably, which I guess is great. Imagine that. Imagine that. I wish they would take my aunt. She's not a good person. Well, Oh, that's funny. Yeah, you could feel bad and it's still wrong. Yeah, exactly. Being an illegal citizen is a misdemeanor. Yeah, you're still illegal. Okay, so what? So what? What does that have to do with anything? I still don't understand. Not clear. Did I read her poetry? No. I'm sure it's all commie claptrap. So let's see here. We got to get some super chats out of the way. Chat. Fair Frozen 55, almost 3 hours ago. I am so sorry, buddy. Says fuck around and find out in a big oof woman moment. I mean, still, somebody's dead. Like, I don't like seeing, she did, like, I wish she would have complied and they didn't kill her. But yes, she was the instrument of her own demise. Amateur iconoclast says, would we consider this a Wigga moment? No, this is a woman moment more than anything. Jefferson Post says, I feel a big game of chicken about to be played. Yeah, there was. It was a game of chicken and she didn't understand what was going to happen. Rowan Coward's been a member for 16 months. Says, Watcher is doing a protest watch on Rumble. Thank you for being here for 16 months. Night Fighter 82 is a new member. Thank you. Thank you. Even though you like Ohio State, thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. Jefferson Post says, weird impediments can be a prelude to an ambush. Yeah, but this, like, okay, like, there's no, like, I get it. Like, yes, a blocked road. Yes, this could be an ambush, but it's like, it's not an ambush. Like, okay. Like, if you're that worried about an ambush, you're driving down these narrow streets, which are awful in that regard. Like, you wouldn't want to do it. You wouldn't want to do that. Like, that would be the bigger problem for you. Like that would be a thing here. This idea that it's all that like, yes, it's not like it's in clear present danger where like they're all gonna shoot down or it's like Sicario. Like, no, none of that. None of that. Like, I get it though. Okay, let me see here if I can fix this back yet. No, it's still not working. Chat, my Google Maps is still all garbage. It's so weird. Huh. That's a bummer. It's a bummer. But yeah, no, that's not. I get it, Jefferson, but I wouldn't go with that. Chugi says, so can the federal government protect the agent from being arrested by Minnesota? Yeah. Lon Horiuchi is a great example. They would remove it to federal court because he's operating clearly within the scope of his federal power, and they would dismiss the case. Like I said, nothing's going to happen to him in Minnesota. If they want feds out, is the only way to do that to leave the union? Yes. And if you ask all the people, a lot of people on the left, legal minds, like, nope, you can't leave. It's a one-way. It's a suicide pact once you join, which maybe not. Night Fighter says, doesn't the ICE officer have immunity from state charges? No, not like it. The government doesn't invoke it. I mean, not necessarily. Like, but yes, if he's generally working on his own, like if he's working in his capacity, yes, the government would have an incentivized interest to protect him. But the government could throw him to the wolves if they wanted to, and I don't think there's anything that he would be able to do about it. John Gordon's been a member for 6 months, says, fuck around, find out. Yeah. Yep. Let's see here. Let's see. Name is Don Lamont because he could suck one through a garden hose. Yes. And Tim, I think you're talking about Lon Horiuchi. Yeah, they didn't dismiss it. Well, they did. The prosecutors dropped the case. They dismissed it. Despite the Ninth Circuit saying he could be prosecuted. Yeah. But Ninth Circuit, yeah. Oh, you can prosecute him. I don't want to. We're dismissing. That's what dropping the charges is. The Feds quashed it. So that murder will see consequences, I'm sure. Brick Daniels, it's kind of like Kyle Rittenhouse, threatening to go after a guy who's already fucking shot one person. Like he's willing to put people in the fucking dirt. Like, if you want to get dirt, like people are like, I'll go after Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm like, he already killed someone. He'll kill you too. But yeah. I broke Google by constantly searching for Stonies. Yeah. Let's see here. Yes, they established you can't leave the war of northern aggression. Well, that's true. Yes. Let's see here. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. This was definitely an eye opener. That Matrix programming is alive and well. Beep boop bop. Let's see. T-Rex Travel says, "Oh, by the way, congrats on being turned gay in Sitch and Adam's chat. Yes, they trans me into a mod. Yes, I'm a mod for Sitch and Adam now. Thank you, T-Rex." I'm getting all the super chats here. I just saw that. I'm working my way through them. You blind people. Well, I guess we're blind. I'm like Stevie Wonder. I'm blind as a motherfucker right now. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. You can't see what you can't see. I know, we're blind. You already said that. You said we're blind. I'm blind, chat. Oh, I can see now. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Yes, we was blinded, sheet. All right, we got to catch up on more of this stuff. Oh my God, there's so much of it. Test channel. Wow. Says she has the stuffed animal in her car defense. Yeah, she had stuffed animal in her car. So what? I can rob a bank. It's like, but he had stuffed animals in his car. We can't arrest him. You're right, Johnson. He has to walk away. Jefferson Post says getting arrested used to be a protest badge of honor. Yeah. A friend of mine called her George Floyd. It's George Femoid. Thank you, Anonymous. And then Shredder S07 gifting 10 sobs. Thank you, Shredder. Tyrannus says a 2-ton vehicle traveling at 18 miles an hour has the same momentum as 18 pianos falling one story. Yes, but it wasn't even going. It was going like 1.8 miles an hour. But it's still a lot of force. Johan channeling some Kieran Reed saying, I hit him. Yes, she did. Very clever. EDW Raptor for 10 sobs. Thank you. And for 10 more sobs. Thank you, EDW. Just making it rain. Mega Mobass says, I wonder how many of these lefty joke, like, doc fucks? I think you probably meant to say dumb fucks. Hold on one second. What's that? Oh, it is? Oh, nice. We'll have to talk about that on Thursday. Apparently, Kieran Reed's car's up for sale, which is like based. Oh, chat. All right, sorry I had to fix that chat. By the way, guys, if you guys are new and you like this show, we do a show every Thursday night at 9:30 Eastern. Get to talk about all kinds of fun stuff. You get to join us 9:30 Eastern time. We cover all the things that are going on here. Some stuff going on. Karen Reed selling her car. There's a bill in Congress about, can you do letters of marque again, allowing private piracy? Texas has told the American Bar Association that we'll decide what law schools are accredited or not for the purposes of the bar exam. There's a lawsuit about McRibs. And some guy broke into J.D. Vance's house in Cincinnati, which is kind of funny. There's body cam of that, which is hilarious. And then Judge Dugan, the judge in Milwaukee who got convicted, actually resigned. And they got some other things up there. Nick Reiner, Rob Reiner's son who murdered him. There's some updates in his case too. And that's just a sampling of the stuff we'll cover. That's tomorrow night at 9:30, guys. So I appreciate it. If you like it here, stick around. If you don't, give me a thumbs down. I appreciate the input. Appreciate the input. So, but how many of these are chatting here and protesting in Minnesota are paid CCP or service shills? I mean, there's certainly some of them, but I mean, it's the winter season, so I doubt a lot. Minnesota has its own, left-wing issue. Literally, their Democratic Party is called the Democrat Farm and Labor Party. Like hammer and sickle. Yeah. I got some issues there, chat. They got some issues. Ludel Miss, it's good to see you. It's been a while. I saw your thing earlier. Been a member for 11 months as national jurisdiction and federal preemption. Well, you mean, yes, the supremacy clause. Yes. Another new account, 1657 for $10. Thank you, by the way. Says, found out about you from Rob Norton. Well, thank you for being here. Anyways, can you go into more detail on the 1811s and citations? I keep arguing that ICE can't arrest people or detain less immigrants. Like I said, 18 USC 1357. They're A5. They're allowed to, if you commit violations of law in front of them, they're allowed to enforce the laws. And the idea that they wouldn't be allowed to arrest you if you were attacking them would be utterly fucking retarded. So just ask them that. If you punch one of them in the face, can they arrest you, or do they all have to stand there while you walk away? Ask them what the answer to that would be. I'm really curious to hear. So, think of a super chat. And then Spud for £2 sterling. The King Sterling says, with Lewis, you also don't get in an elevator. I don't get the joke. Yes, all federal officers can enforce federal law. Yeah, if you're in 1811, you have the authority. Let's see. I eat McRib sandwiches sideways. Well, of course. Brick Daniel says, you left me utterly unconvinced this is murder. Okay, well, cool. You can be unconvinced. Super beautiful noise says, weird comment. Lol. Stephen Duggan saying, is the paid protesters thing a joke like that? I mean, the idea that is everybody to protest pay? No, but the idea there aren't paid organizers in an area, certainly I think you could argue that's a thing there. Do people really think Soros is out there cutting a check for every 1,000, everybody 1,000, or it's like trolling? I mean, no, but he does go through like the Open Societies Foundation, which then funnels money into like the Tides Foundation, the Apollo Foundation. Like the money sloshes and sluices through the pipes. So to argue there's not a massive fundraising network out there is also just as ridiculous. The extent of what it does, that might be up for debate, but to argue there's not is very disingenuous. Is there any video before she started reversing? Why was she perpendicular road just trying to block traffic? Yeah, the person who interviewed said she was entirely blocking traffic. We don't have the rest of that video, and isn't it interesting why we don't have that part too? Yeah. So, yes, could an ICE agent stop a bank robbery in progress? I mean, they'd have to go. They'd have to hold out. They'd have to pull out. They'd have to wait and go, sir, are you a U.S. citizen? Yes. Oh, okay. Well, have a nice day, sir. Oh. Let's see here. What are Yes, the slooshes and slices and slooshes. What a terrible start of 2026 for Minneapolis. I agree with that. No city needs this. No city deserves to have this kind of unrest like that. Let's see here. Agent Worski struck again, yes. He can't keep getting away with this. All right, guys, we gotta keep going here. We gotta keep catching up. Squizgar's been a member for 18 months. Thank you for that support. Says she found out. Mega Mobas says the CCP and Soros paid shells are seriously trying too hard here. It's almost funny. Anybody who's getting paid is going to be on Twitter. I don't think there's really anybody paid here doing it on YouTube. It's going to be on Twitter where that's happening. Sleazy says we're making the Chai Coms mad in chat. Keep up the good work. Elf Fire Eva saying murder self-defense. I think both sides panicked. Sure. That could also be an issue. Maybe they both were wrong. Don't know. Could be, but I'm like I said, one of them was panicking and driving like a retard, and the other guy's like, "Oh my god, I don't want to die." That happens. That happens, chat. So, dopamine octopus, which remember for 18 months, that is a hell of an octopus. Can we get the Ice Wife's phone number? The Ice can Ice get the Wife's phone videos from prior to? Yeah, they could probably get a search warrant for the phone, figure out who that is, and get a warrant for that phone, and because it's gonna have evidence. I mean, whoever filmed this, that's evidence. What happened before this? Be very critical to know. I would love to know. But yes, they could get it. Hex says the bullet went through the windshield. Hard to make a case the officer wasn't in front of the car when discharging. Well, for the first one, yes, but then the second ones, there are no other bullet holes, so they went through the window. But when we get back to this picture here, technically, where would he? It sounds like he was kind of like right here. So how far around the car was he before he was able to shoot into the window? And that's not clear yet. Like I said, I hope there's some body cam that tells us. And sadly, I get the feeling there probably isn't. It's Smog and Mog's been a member for 21 months. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Says avoid bullets. They're very unhealthy. Yes. Don't get lead poisoning, chat. Do not get lead poisoning. And then Radcon Hazard says when the defense lawyers go and y'all fucked up and the cops are likely in the clear. Well, yeah. I mean, there is that. Stacy, who's been a member for 25 months. Thank you, Stacy. Where did all the libs come from? Is Reddit down? I don't just hit it at the right time. It's the algorithm. It's Al Gore on the baseline. He's got the algorithm. Nick again for $20. Thank you. Says here's some paid shill money from the organization. Well, thank you for your Mossad bucks. I appreciate it. Let's see here. The second and third time might have been left inner. The illegal and unlawful admission of Venezuela was the blow to 2026, and now the authoritarian orange wants to occupy or annex Greenland. I think kicking the Chinese and Russians out of the Western Hemisphere is absolutely based. Frees up Chinese control of the Panama Canal, and should China decide to go to war with Taiwan, now frees up the U.S. from having to worry about defending the Caribbean and its southern border and southern waters from Chinese aggression. So, very based. And keeps the Panama Canal open. So, let's see. I am Man Bear Pig, yes. Wombat Mommy says, I fell asleep, but have you heard just what happened in Salt Lake? No. What happened in Salt Lake City? Uh-oh, geez. What happened there? Salt Lake City. Oh, there's a shooting at a funeral. Woo. Well. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see the disaster. Oh, no, chat. We've got problems. Salt Lake City has its first ever woman majority council. Wait, I don't think that's what you're worried about. I think you're talking about this 8 shot, 2 dead, 3 in condition at a funeral. A bunch of people shot at a funeral. I'm sure this is more what you were talking about. No, let's see here. So people were shot at a church, and they see where was it at? It's a church. Oh, it's a Mormon church. I mean, of course, it's Salt Lake City. Yeah, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But we don't know anything else there. The 2 words that mean the church are Tongan. Okay. Okay, so it's really our Pacific Islanders, and yeah, I don't know anything else there. Don't know anything else. So, well, hopefully they get the guy who did it, and he goes to fucking prison forever. So, hopefully he didn't take the coward's way out. Let's see here. It's 3 dead, not 2. Okay, well, that thing was 2 hours old. There are lots of Tongan Mormons. I didn't know that. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Those are the weird things. Was it a sister wife fight? Oh, that would be funny. After Ford said there was a fight in the parking lot. I mean, that could be happening. I mean, that happens. The Mormons are getting the Mormons getting high on Mr. Pibb and Coca-Cola. Yeah, that's what happens when they get it all in them. You get a little syrup in them, they get antsy in their pantsy. It's like Super Troopers. Oh. That's so interesting. Steven Thuggin says, who shoots at a funeral? Generally it's gang related, but a lot of gangs will attack funerals. That's why, especially in like cities where they have gang problems, like if a gang member gets killed, they have the police there escorting the funeral. But like in Chicago, like a year or 2 ago, there was a funeral. There was a massive shootout at it. It's a great time because, if you're in the gang where you suffered the loss, you want to honor your dead or you lose face. So you're out there in a vulnerable situation for an ambush. But yeah, gang violence at a funeral is a lot of times gang stuff. So who knows? It's pretty straightforward attack vector. Let's see here. Let's catch up the rest of this real quick. Yeah, they won't even have funerals sometimes. Yeah. The 3rd person was already dead. Oh, okay. Well, too bad. I was hoping they catch that guy and throw him in prison. Gordon's Fisherman says for $5. I don't remember the amount of outrage for the woman shot on January 6th. The ICE officer had the right to defend himself like everyone else. Yeah. Yep. EDW Raptor for $10 says paid shill money from the organization. And then Johan for $10 says paid shill money from the organization. Well, thank you. The Giant says another video angle from the front. Yeah, we looked at that one. And yeah, it shows him getting pushed around by the car. Totally. Amateur Iconoclast says the organization's coffers are getting low. Well, go steal more taxes. Bella, who's been a member for 24 months. Thank you for being here, Bella. Says the EBTs just wanted a reason to go shopping. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any rioting tonight with this. Shredder S07 saying, have you ever had a client involved in a vehicle or evasion? Yeah, I've had clients go like 120 through a school zone. Yes. Ready for the cops. Is there anything we need to argue other than self-defense? Oh, you mean like running into people and shit? I had one case like that where, I mean, yeah, like we were going to look at that, but when the evidence got presented in court, we were not allowed to present the defense and we didn't get the jury instruction. So, I mean, like the judge let us try to introduce it and we couldn't get enough going. I mean, the girl fucking ran some people over at the fucking party she was at. And they were just, jawing off at each other and shit. But yeah, we kind of got boned. But I don't think it was a strong argument, but we didn't really have much else because she broke like 3 girls' legs. There's not a whole lot of reason you could justify that. So, but sometimes you could argue sometimes you could argue like, oh, my foot went off the gas and it was an accident. But when you're screaming, I'm going to kill you fucking hoes right before it happens, it's hard to argue that's an accident. Timid Tams says for 15 months, wheel spinning doesn't matter. She backed up, agent drew a gun, she hit him, he shot her. Fafo. Well, no, but I think the wheel spinning shows that, like, apparently it looks like she almost did it, and that's why he drew. So she hadn't hit him yet. Ham Eater 9683 says, enjoy detainment, stalk a child. And then Drush says her wife was filming it. A car leaves from cam left first. She tries to block, a surges but spins and almost hits that car. Then the officers get out. Oh, okay. I mean, it'd be nice if we could see all that stuff. I really want to see the rest of it. Mega Mobat says, I'm being stopped by YouTube from super chatting anything on topic. I'm sorry to hear that, but thank you for being here. And YouTube gets all sensitive about censoring shit. And then Mega Mobass is a new member. Well, technically a re-up, but thank you. Thank you for that support. And then Armand DK says, oh yeah, we got to this. Sean made it. The legal crowd is here. Yes. Pastafarius says the streets are for the huzz and motor vehicles, not for checks notes, arguing the legal case for your detainment. Very true. Very true. I'm looking back to chat here in a second, guys. Anyone said Georgina Foyd yet? Suffolk commies. Well, thank you, Demon's Wrath. Member for 12 months. And then Amateur Iconoclast gifting 1 sub. And EDW Raptor gifting 1 sub. Thank you, guys, for your support. God, it's already midnight. Jeez. 3.5 hours has gone by fast. Brick Daniels says, I can't trust you if you don't see this as wrong. I mean, okay. I mean, that's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to trust me. You can make your own conclusion. That's fine. You're allowed to. Oh, you sent me the little bit in reply to your top tweet. Oh, okay. All right, hold on, guys. I gotta links to multiple angles and aftermath. Okay, hold on here. There's a Kiwi Farms link. All right, let's see what's on the farms here. Let's see here. Do they have all the video angles? Because let's see if there's more. Ooh, this is an interesting one. We have not seen this before, chat. Oh, here we go. Here we go. And also, chat, this is under my screen name, so you can't. No doxing myself. But here we go. This one's new. I have not seen this one. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
Also, clearly, she was not coming out of a driveway. And also, clearly, she was able to get around the cars at some point.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Dude,
oh, my God.
what the fuck?
I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. Well, there you go. That's a new angle. YouTubers censoring words like justified. Well, let's say we're talking about Raylan Givens and Boyd Crowder. We dug coal together. I'm like, we're not allowed to do that one. Can't talk about that show tonight. People's Defender says 2 civilians dead over oil. I hope you're fucking happy. I mean, manifest destiny, baby. This standard of living is built. It comes at a cost. Just saying. Let's see. Steven say, did she tell him to go around? She doesn't have like go around. You don't get to tell them what to do. I thought she was trying to get out of the snow at first to make sense her tires are spinning. She tried to wave them around. No, she was clearly fucking around and getting in the way. So she's clearly fucking around. She probably would have got a citation stepping out of the vehicle. No, if they order out, they can't charge her for that. So she complied with their commands. Should I subscribe? Are you like Shoe on Head? Shoe on Head is my favorite. I mean, she's like a bimbo populist, but like, no. Because like, I try to adhere to like, what does the law want? But there's also some days I'm like, we're throwing motherfuckers out of helicopters. So it all depends on the day. And I mean, what would I say? I'd say I'm more like a reactionary. Like, I'm not going to lie to you about that. Honestly, it is what it is. So am I to the right of Shoe on Head? Oh, yeah. But I'll be honest with you about that. And I'll play that straight. I don't hide that. Roland says, ICE can't detain a U.S. citizen. They can enforce federal law. But you're right. They can't detain U.S. citizens for immigration purposes, but they can still arrest you. Once again, if they punch you in the face, if you punch one of them in the face, they are allowed to arrest you because that is against the law to assault a federal officer. The idea they couldn't arrest you for that, it would be insane. Oh, yeah, I would say, I'm nowhere based as Shoe on Head or cool. I'm not. I'm the real Boxy. Shoe has better hair. That's a fight. I'm just Shoe on Head for men. Huh. But yes, I am a criminal defense attorney. Yeah, I am a defense attorney out in Ohio. Hold on. Somebody just said, how many times are we going to cover? And chat moved way too fast when I scrolled through it to find it. Debbie, I'm working my way through the super chats. Give me 1 second. How many times are we going to go over this, chat? I mean, well, that was a new angle. I hadn't seen that before, so. Oh, did that lady punch anybody in the face? No, she didn't wear. She tried to run somebody over with a fucking car. That's even more serious. I mean, really. Like, if we're going to be honest about it. That's really fucking bad. Don't ever run people over with a car. Oh, let's see here. Let me see. Trying to catch up, chat. Hold on here. Oh, wow. Oh, those look nice. People are trying to figure out, people are sending me links or something. There's an anti-ICE march in Seattle. Okay, well, yeah, everybody's going to riot now. Yeah. You guys, okay, yeah, so what? Let's see here. Trying to catch up here. He actually brain dead if she thought she was trying to run him over. I'm not saying she was intending to, but I'm sure that whatever she did, I think the cop had a reasonable belief that he thought she was trying to run him over. And whether or not she was intending to do it, like, even if it was accidental, he would have every right to defend himself. So regardless of whether or not it was intentional on her part, he could still kill her. No. Roland said he had his gun up before she was even moving. No. Like, he had his gun up before she was even moving. No, not at all. Let's do this again. I guess we got to do it again for the 1,000th time. Here we go. She's already moving, technically. So, I mean, you wanted to, yeah, like, she already moved.
No!
And now she's moving. She's already moving. She's already moving. She's already moving.
No!
She's already moving. As soon as she moves, he draws. So it's kind of like all time. Steven Duggan says, I don't really think she was intentionally doing it. I don't think she was either. But, you know, when you make poor decisions, you know, she forced that guy into a corner and he defended himself. So. So. What do you guys, yeah, it says what you can do there. I'm like, we already went through this once. He was pulling his gun when she had her taillights on. He fully pulled it out when she hit the gas. Well, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, he's going to get ready because he's like, oh, what the fuck's she going to do? And the moment she moves forward, yep, it's in the game. I mean, that's not really unreasonable. You know, imagine if she hadn't have done what she did, then he wouldn't have had to do what he did. So. Hassan is frothing at the mouth. Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, if these guys were wearing like fucking Chinese uniforms, he would masturbate over this. So that's the funny part of it. Hassan being a bitch about it. So remember, if they were Chinese police officers doing, Hassan would say based. Drush saying the van likely had a detainee. Yeah, she positioned a block. They peeled out. Her brake lights go off, but she doesn't move quickly enough. I mean, that's a lot of speculation right there. That's what I understand like that, but that's entirely speculative. So I'm not saying I'm not dignifying your comment with a response, but that's way too speculative for me to even comment on. Yes, if your hypothetical was correct, but I think that Explorer was a private vehicle, not the feds. Like, I just think that's way too much to speculate on. So, with all due respect, I cannot comment on that one. But thank you. But I appreciate it. It's a good thing to ponder. It's a good thing to ponder unless you know more information about it. Tootly Pip, been a member for 8 months, says, Happy New Year, Sean. Well, Happy New Year to you too. We're only day 7, guys. It's 7 days into the new year, and we've had a massive military action. And now we're just like, everything's falling fucking apart. Imagine what the next 358 days are going to bring. Oh, God, maybe we definitely live in interesting times. But thank you. Disobeying an armed ICE agent is stupid. Disobeying law enforcement is retarded. As long as, like, if you're not prepared for the cost. But yeah, so when the police tell you, like, hey, you're done, like, you're getting arrested, like, yeah, that's it, man. Oh, jeez, I just like, it's a freaking long hair. It's not mine. That was weird. And then another new account says lol women drivers. I went outdoors says worst parallel parking job ever. Well, I mean, technically no, because she did parallel park it. Like if you want to see it, like it's a parallel park. What is it?
You okay, mommy?
I mean, did she get all the way down there or no?
The fuck?
I mean, nailed it. Like this is the parking job. Nailed it. I mean, it's parked on the road. Squizgar says, Sean, these smooth brains are incapable of independent thought. No, there are a lot of people I understand that are having problems with it. So no, I think most people, like, they could say I disagree in that. Like, yeah, you could disagree with it, but as long as people understand, like, here's what the law is going to do with it. Yeah, it is what it is. Anime Exceptionalist said, where did all these libtards in chat come from? I mean, did Hassan or Vosh raid the stream? That would have been a lot more, but no, people are allowed to come in here. Everybody's allowed to be in here. You know, Somalia rules mean Somalia rules. Anybody's allowed to be in here. I will not get rid of people because of their opinions. And then EDW Raptor says, those who are saying the officer is in the wrong is armchair quarterbacking with video. They can speed up or slow down after chat. That doesn't mean all police are immune from review. It's just in this situation, I think it was justified. Johan Naxa says, life comes at you fast. In this case, at 2,200 feet per second. Lol, sulfa. Oh. EDW Raptor says, man, these gender reveals are getting out of hand. Was that orange? What color is orange? Yes, that means it's pro-Trump. Anime Exceptional, and we'll stop here in a second. I asked the upset people in the chat this. What would you have wanted instead? Someone getting run over or a high-speed chase down icy streets? No, I think they'd say they'd try to find her later, which I kind of get, but yeah, not like it's not they're not in the habit of letting people run away. Cops aren't. Another for 5 subs. Let's go tonight, chat. Let's go. T-Rex Travel says, bring back the cardboard cutout of Trump to really grind their gears, Sean. Yeah, I got to figure out how to reinforce Trump and stand him up. So I'll try to figure something out there. And then Timotams with 5 Australian dollary doodles. That's a lot of dollary doodles. Tusisfis Bilat is a case you're seeing. Well, it's a qualified immunity case of the 7th Circuit. You know, and there's a case there where they, you know, they stopped the guy, they told him to stop. He moved forward, and the cop shot him, struck the guy in the neck. And the guy died. So, that is ultimately what happened there. Now this is a little different here. Okay. Here's what happened. And we're going to get into this case because this is what you're citing here, Timotams. This is a case of the 7th Circuit. And it says Aaliyah Tsousis as a special administrator of her dad versus Keith Billiot, the special agent of the DEA. So she's suing a DEA agent in person. So what is this case about? Well, so she sued a law enforcement officer who shot and killed her dad following a high-speed chase. The cop moved for summary judgment on qualified immunity grounds, and the district court denied. We reversed, meaning the 7th Circuit's like, yeah, you can. So what happened here? And we'll get in. Can I just download this fucker? Yeah, here we go. Here we go, chat. This will be a little easier. Here we go. All right, let's get into this one real quick. We got some time. Chat. All right. So as of 2017, the DEA began investigating the man. They obtained a warrant to place a tracking device on his car, which you need a warrant for. Okay, so far so normal. DEA obtained a warrant to place a tracking device. Okay. In addition, the device tracked providing location. The device tracked speed. So in June of 2018, they believed that he was involved in drug trafficking, that he had a source in Aurora, Illinois, and that he'd be going to Turner's home to get drugs. So they decided to surveil the place and observe whether he procured drugs. On the day in question, the DEA surveilled Turner's home and observed Tsousis arriving in a gray or silver SUV. They saw him enter carrying a bag and then exit the garage carrying the same bag. He noted a change in appearance of the bag and believed that a transaction had taken place. Special Agent Keith Billiot, the defendant, was a supervisory agent involved. He understood all this, and they went on. So the DEA agents enlisted the aid of the DuPage County Sheriff's Department to conduct a traffic stop. So when it left, they said a deputy attempted to stop near I-88 and Yakely Avenue. Okay, now here's look at how crazy this one's gonna get here, chat. Tim, I hope you're still around, man. I hope you're still around. Okay, Roland, now you're just trolling. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. So here you go, Tim. This is important. This guy fled at a high rate of speed, accelerating from up to 60 miles an hour up to 115 on I-88. So they ended the pursuit because it was going too dangerous. They last observed him weaving in and out of traffic, but they had his tracking device. So after they ended the pursuit, he reduced his speed and calmed down. They followed him home. They said he was heading eastbound on I-90 at a high rate. The agent was driving an unmarked car that was equipped with a siren and emergency lights. He proceeded and spotted him, but did not activate his lights. He followed him off the highway to Central Avenue in Chicago. At this point, he was driving at normal speeds, but he was taking evasive actions, which there are counter surveillance things you can do. So they followed him until they were both, at that point, there were two lanes, okay. They show he was at a red light and be stopped behind two cars at the light. Okay, and he tried to make a second attempt at a stop because this guy would be blocked in and would be unable to flee. Activated emergency lights, sirens, pulled in front of the car at a northwest angle. The position of the car in relation to Tusa's car placed the driver's door of the cop's car directly in front of the bad guy's car at approximately 10 to 20 feet. I kind of get where this is going. He probably rams the car and gets shot for it. Let's see here. Let's see what happens. Officer Benke was approaching from behind and was over 100 yards away at the moment that he pulled in front. After stopping the car, the DE agent grabbed his carbine, so grabbed a rifle, fucking get into the fight. Shouted commands at him, wearing his marked vest. Okay. Shouting commands at him, turn off the car and exit the vehicle. Also, he had already been chased by the police, so that's not going to help him here. That's not going to help him here. And People's Defender is correct. If you are detained and you're not free to go, you are under arrest. But you don't need Miranda rights unless you're being interrogated. Miranda is a two-part formula. You need arrest plus interrogation. If I'm merely getting arrested, there's no Miranda. I need both pieces to make Miranda. So. Yeah, that doesn't work that way. Let me see here. God, you guys are like fucking going all over. Damn, everybody. God, everybody's fired up tonight. Why'd you call it a carbine instead of a carbine? It's a carbine. Thank you, Keaton. Yes. Actually, chat. Anyways, let's get back to this. So closing the distance, he raised his rifle and pointed it at him. But the guy ignored orders. Instead, the guy moved the car forward, maneuvering to the right where the lane was now open. There was nothing between the agent and the car. As soon as the car pulled forward, the agent fucking dusted him with a single shot. Backpedaling from the moving car, he fell into the median, injuring his back. Aw. Poor policeman. God, my freaking cord is all jacked up on my mouse. And yes, Chet, I use a corded mouse. The bullet struck the steering wheel off-center to the top left, and a fragment hit him in the neck. Whoa, that's rough. That's rough. When comparing the bullet strikes, it showed he was turning his wheel to the right, maneuvering his vehicle away from Billiot, and Billiot was angled to the driver's side of the front end of the car. After the shot was fired, the car accelerated, veering to the right. So the cop was here, The car was here, and it went whoom after he got shot. The car struck a light pole, jumped a curb, and came to stop. The car was moving fast enough that the front right wheel was torn off and the axle was broken. Okay. They said both of the cops tried to open the car door, but they, couldn't get it open. Eventually, he was extracted with the aid of a DOT worker who smashed the window with a sledgehammer, where he was pronounced then dead. The police recovered approximately 300 grams of cocaine from the car. Now, ultimately they revoke, or they go back and they point out here, is there a claim of qualified immunity? And they say that ultimately, no, what does the court get to here? Let's see here. Let's see if we can get to. They say, to summarize for purpose of qualified immunity, the material undisputed facts demonstrate that Ed Billy had pulled in front shortly after the reckless high-speed flight from police, leaving a suspected drug house. He placed himself fewer than 2 car lengths from the front of the car, told him to turn off and exit the vehicle, and that the bad guy turned his wheels to the right and began moving forward, and that's when the cop fired the shot, fearing for his own safety and for that of the public if this guy went on a fucking another retarded chase. That brings us to the appeal. And so the cop was sued under 1983 because he's a Fed. The cop moved for summary judgment under qualified immunity. The district court denied it, but there's an appeal. And he says, clearly, I did not violate the Fourth Amendment when I shot. And they say, clearly, I didn't do anything wrong here. He pulled a dark side Phil. I did nothing wrong. Now, ultimately, what did he have to show? Well, did he violate a federal statutory constitutional right? And was there any unlawfulness of their conduct was not clearly established at the time? Okay, well, so what do they talk about here? And they talk about, and remember, this is 2017, but they say Graham v. Connor. Was it a clearly established constitutional right? Meaning the law was clear that every reasonable officer would know that he's doing was unlawful. And they point out that where the Supreme Court is held, there's reasonable probable cause to believe there's a threat of serious physical harm. It is not unconstitutionally reasonable to prevent escape by using deadly force. So, yeah, but remember, guys, this is Felix versus Barnes, or Barnes v. Felix, does probably factor into this a bit here. So, ultimately, let's get to where they get to here. Okay. Let's see here. Now, this is where, they point out that guy was going 114 miles an hour, weaving in and out of traffic. A reasonable cop could have concluded he was going to resume his flight and present a danger to the public. Yeah, and then here, that wouldn't have happened, but, she was clearly doing something. So, I don't know if this would help her or not at this point, but we need to read it a little more. But ultimately, yeah. Kind of got you there, go. Damn, I'm trying to read a case, and you guys are, Appeal defender says, do you need property to exploit the worker? If not, then no. I'm my own boss, and I'm my own only employee. So. Unless you're not talking to me, I don't know. Oh my God, chat, you're going way too fast. Jenny says, I'm listening. Okay, thank you. Yes, well, the idea that she's a terrorist is retarded, but remember, the DHS is full of retards. So, I don't particularly care for Kristi Noem, but nothing I can do about that. Nothing I can do about that. I'm not in charge of Kristi Noem. So, you can't fire Pam Bondi. So, there we go. DeRocco says she got her law info where sovereign citizens get theirs. Now, like I said, I think she didn't prepare for what she was going to do. Accountant Steve for $5 says, good to see you, by the way. Says, don't kill for blocking the road. Can review train robbery or old last law to debunk this. Toll road bandits and such. Blocking a road can be violent force. Yes, but in this situation, it wasn't violent force because you notice the cops that got out of the truck, they weren't on her with a gun. They didn't see that as a deadly force situation or a violent encounter. They weren't believing that an ambush was occurring. So no, it's not deadly force merely to do what she did. Because they clearly were not responding with deadly force. They were not in that situation. Sleazy says, wait until these weirdos in chat find out we love Pinochet and the helicopter rides he can give. Yes. Johan says, on her way out, she seemed to goddamn A-logs killed her. Brush freaking on cap bussin' mate for $2 says, grats on being the average Baldo viewer count. Well, thank you. I try. BobTube for $2 in Australian dollaries says, Fafo commies. Slow-Mo Savage says, lots of legal scholars in chat tonight. Lol. Economath says, the officer's third shot is the only marginal act, but in defense of others still applied. She remained a threat to others. I think so, too. She's hauling ass off. Like, at some point, yeah. And, like, ultimately, once again, though, remember, those shots happen in less than a second and a half. So it's like, think about it. Second and a half, second and a half, second and a half, second and a half. Like, it's hard to, like, register that amount of time. Bop, bop, bop. Like, yeah. Lone Alaska says, Fafo, if you don't try to drive over people, they won't shoot you. Yes. BobTube for $2 dude says, he got in the car. He's Jason Bourne. Oh, my God, it's Jason Bourne. The Durna says for $5, I don't know how many times I have to say this. It's the weight of a 9 gram ABP and Australian speed of a one-story drop. It's a weapon. Well, I say it louder for the kids in the back, Durna, but thank you again for saying it. Poor Man 1776 says, been a member for 5 months, says, Nick Ricaitis said it was okay. It's like, well, there you go. Thought Heretic. Or through the... Yeah, Thought Heretic. Sorry, I was about to say through the Eric. Gifting 5 subs. Thank you for your support, your generosity. Edie Direct says, Sean, you are a Vox Populi. Preach. Thank you. Amateur Iconoclast says, come here and don't even sub, lazy commies. Yeah, well. Then Hamster Eater says, why is the 90% of the people we see screeching at law enforcement or intervening with proceedings are white women? Because the men are at work. Average Asian for $1.99. Got Knife Party as the... Nothing wrong with Knife Party at time. Their stuff's good. Their stuff could be good. Knife Party. I like boss mode myself. Says peaceful protests haven't worked. Lol. I want them to keep working. The idea they haven't worked is not a road we want to go down as a society. Debbie O for $20. Please change the slow mode for 15 seconds. I'm sorry, Debbie. Yeah, I took care of that. I am so sorry. Also, we've beaten this one to death enough to cover is it available in the Salt Lake funeral incident. Oh, she says, hi, 2.0. I'm sorry, I didn't see this earlier, guys. Jerry says, dare you to Google Barnes versus Felix? Yeah. And in Barnes versus Felix, I still think it's still going to be the totality of circumstances of this. The entire situation that she had been fucking with them. It wasn't like she was just like randomly getting attacked. Like, yeah, it's still going to be a thing. So I dare you. I did. And we've already talked about Barnes versus Felix. We talked about the Supreme Court arguments they had and the ruling. And Edie the Raptor gifting 1 sub. The KMW for member for 17 months says, is it literally different from the woman who died on January 6th? I mean, like the cop's going to say, I thought she was part of the mob coming through the door. Like, it's like The Last of Us and she's the first one through. You're going to start shooting? Yeah, but the fact, like, he only shot once and stopped and, like, didn't shoot anymore. Like, I'm surprised he didn't magged up into that hallway. That's a good question, though. A poor horse abused by Shank. Aw. For $2 Australian dues, yes. January 6, 7. Armand for $5. Canadian, I think this is correct. This is $2.50 dues. Or 2.5 toonies or 5 loonies. Says a human departed at the hand of another. We wish it didn't happen. I would agree. But we can see why it happened. Does it suck? Yes. Does that mean it's illegal? No. Another for $5 says Sean is a model citizen. I don't know if I go that far. Debbie O for $5. Thank you, Debbie. Saying deporting illegals is illegal. Leave them here to siphon off our tax dollars. Said no net taxpayer ever. Thank you, Debbie. That's very funny. Cass 90 for 1900 for $5. Thank you for being here. So my husband's a federal agent. He wears a mask to protect the family because people are psychotic, and the people complaining know exactly why they wear a mask. Oh, I understand. But just ask them if they're gone. Will you shut the fuck up? And they obviously won't. Radcon Hazard says to all the lefties, what's your end goal? Because you get too froggy and Trump might jump and use this as a justification to invoke the Insurrection Act. I mean, Tim Walz trying to raise the National Guard to stop ICE would be. That'd be very interesting. The T-Rex Travels says CNN and MS No One Watching have been so wild. They really want this to turn into another summer of love. Yeah, well, I hope it doesn't. We don't need that. Erica's been a member for 14 months. Thank you. She says thank you. Ag's been a member for 33 months. It's a long fucking time. Curbs are bad, man. Yes, they are. Peter Keys for $2 New Zealand says, have I gone over the Kieran Reid sidebars yet? No, I need to we need to go through those one night. And then Torgo the White's been a member for 26 months, says Sean is sandwich on head. Funny. This is user 404 for $5, says between Meme Copium and you, who's the bigger foamer and why is it you? Well, I'm just bigger. I'm bigger. Besides, he's a sand lover, chat. Can you really want to go? A man went to the Sand Museum and was like, actually, I had a fun time. Can you trust that man? A scooper, a sand-loving scooper like that. You can't. Dan Patterson says, this is fun, new viewer, subscriber. What's your background? I'm an attorney. I've been an attorney since 2014. I'm here in the Cleveland, Ohio area. So I'm in the east suburbs and the east side of Cleveland and out to the county, at the state line. But yeah, we cover all kinds of stuff. This is obviously something big. Is it self-defense? Is it murder? We cover Supreme Court stuff. Obviously, what Trump is doing. If there's goofy stuff between YouTube personalities, there's those lawsuits get covered. Cardi B had a trial recently. We watched the trial from beginning to end. We'll watch criminal trials as they go on. We'll watch some civil trials. Supreme Court stuff comes up. Funny lawsuits. All that kind of stuff we do here. So thank you, Dane. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for the super chat. And then Boosh says, Mexico, made in Mexico, it's a carbine. Yes. Oh my gosh, you guys are being ridiculous. Guys are being ridiculistic. Memes of the law, yes. Oh, hold on here. Yes. This guy yes, I do like the Browns. Yes. Don't forget general happenings, yes. Let's see. Let's see here. Tara says, if he died, what charges would they bring against Good? Murder, manslaughter? Probably murder. Maybe manslaughter might be a lesser included here, but yeah, it'd probably be murder. I mean, because at some point there is the idea that you may not have intended to murder him, but a reasonable person could infer through their actions, if I drive my car over somebody in the way, I'm going to run them over and kill them. So she would have a massive problem there. She would have a massive problem. Okay. Jake Kula says this is murder. I disagree. I like Weezer. Yes, I do. They probably get her on felony murder for fleeing the scene. No, she would just be charged with murder of a law enforcement or federal law enforcement official. So, People's Defender says, "What the hell is a foamer?" A foamer is an autistic person who loves trains, because the idea is they foam. They're foaming about it. They're going crazy about it. Oh my gosh, there's so many people who don't know what foamers are, but that is a name that in the railroad community, the diehard people who go out and film trains and like do all that crazy stuff are. Let's see. Steven says, I subbed even though I'm a lib. I appreciate the discourse. You're one of the most reasonable MAGA supporters I've spoken with that actually learned a few things. Like hearing different ideas. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Yeah. Noma said all body cams are off. That's absolute fucking horse shit. Why were they off? This is something I hope Congress makes her come in and explain. Why were they fucking off? I want to see one of those. I want to see those fucking cameras. That's actual horse shit. That's actual fucking horseshit. I hope the House, this is where House oversight should be involved right now. Why aren't the cameras on? That's something we need right now. So that's redundant. All trained people are autistic. Well, but anyways, Steven, thank you for being here. Yeah. I try to be reasonable. That doesn't mean, I like the Emperor of Mankind, but he does a lot of shit I don't like. So, let's see here. Mask on, but body cams off. Why? I don't know. And that I want to know that fucking answer. I want to know that answer so bad right now. Why were the cameras off? Body cams should never be off. Should be a criminal offense. Well, like if you walk around and your body cam breaks, okay. But yes, if you turn it off, that should be a crime. I agree with that. Did you see Alan Jackson withdrew from representing Nick Reiner? Yes. That's kind of one of those. It sounds like a Rule 1 violation, and Rule 1 is get paid. It's a problem of working out representation with Mr. Green as a like in the Lincoln Lawyer. No, attorneys will say that we have a Mr. Green problem. Or in one of the courts I'm in, the judge says, "Oh, it sounds like a Rule 1 violation." They're not holding up their end of the bargain. Let's see here. I say that now. What am I going to do if my cocaine gets raided? Yes, he killed the Thunder Warriors. Oh, wait, the wrong emperor. Yes. Do they have dash cams? Oh, no. There's no way in hell those guys have dash cams. No. Federal agents don't have those. Now, if it's a federalized police service, like the Federal Protective Service, I could see them having dash cams, or like the police who are like meant to protect a building. I could see them having dash cams, but no, like a DEA, like those like nondescript cars that feds drive around in, unless they set it up intentionally for a reason, they don't come standard with dash cams, sadly. So, yeah, there's going to be none, which they're like, I don't know about the dash cams, but we need body cams. Those body cams should be on. Shinny's saying it was a conflict issue. What's a conflict issue? Let's see here. The feds have drones, though. I mean, yeah, that would have been interesting if they had a drone going. But no, I don't know why they don't have, like, if their body cams were off and they had body cams and they were turned off. I want to know what the fuck is that about? Like, if you know you're going to be getting involved in a situation, why isn't that motherfucker being turned on? Like I said, I want Kristi Noem in front of Congress explaining that answer to us. But who knows if we'll get it? Who knows if we'll get it? Let's see here. Body cam would likely exonerate the cop. We'd like to think so, but who knows? I know, but Vino says he's got body cam. Yeah, but he wasn't there, so it doesn't matter. It does not matter what he had. Peter Trago's saying Alex Jones doesn't have Alan Jackson have a conflict issue. Well, it's probably a money issue. Probably a money issue. Or, he could have also just said, fuck it, I don't want to do it. I can go make more money somewhere else. Or maybe he's just looked at his schedule. Like, he looked at his calendar. He's like, I don't have any room for this. Did they really cancel school for the week? I mean, I can see that. Why? I mean, if it's going to be unrest of the city, yeah. Yeah. Oh, they could definitely do that. Gisato, this is actually an interesting theory. It's fair to say she was focused on escape and not trying to hit the guy. Fair enough. Like I said, I could see that. But she was clearly not worried about hitting the guy either. She was evading arrest. Yes, and like I said, she was so worried about that, she didn't realize, oh my God, I'm going to run somebody over and kill them. So, they also canceled the daycares. Well, are most of those daycares closed anyway? We're going to go down that road. Oh. Says People Defender says, I'm willing to have discussions with the right who aren't extremists, white supremacists, or actual fascists. It's why I watch Misha Petrov and sometimes other conservatives. I don't know who Misha Petrov is. So. Was she Duchamp's Rook says, was she blocked in or blocking the road? She was blocking the road. She was not blocked in. She could have easily kept driving. So. Let's see here. Let's see here. Who white supremacist? Oh. And a name of some sort says, too bad Sean is 1/4 88 as they come. Jeez. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's finish. I think we catch up on the super chats here in a second. I'm sorry, guys, it took so long. We were just kind of like in the groove here. I'm sorry. Accountant Steve for $23. Thank you, man. Once again, it's a very regal cat who's just like pondering about the future. He's like, more education for libs say don't kill him for blocking traffic. Like, blocking traffic historically is the first step to taking all your own. Violent life-ending offense to block traffic. Yes, back in the day it would have been because you were considered to be a highwayman if you did that. Accountant Steve for another $10 says, peaceful protest is dead, Sean. Money equals speech, which is stupid. No, I think it's true. Like, if you have more money, you can amplify your voice. If I buy 200 protesters in Minnesota, are they protesting or am I? Why do I care if they die for my speech? I could buy more speech. It's me protesting. Well, that's true. If you're hiring people and you're hiring, cannon fodder, well, yeah, you have no care, and that's fine. Afton Ford for 14 months. Thank you for being here, even with the Steelers hat on. Thank you for being here. Says scritches for Clyde. Clyde always gets the scritches. And Chad, it's almost 1 o'clock. I got to get my ass to bed. I have to go. I got court in the morning, so I got court in the morning. Not till like 10. Actually, hold on here. 10:30. But I got to get some shit done in the morning. So Gonna make some phone calls. Gotta answer some emails. So the 12th monkey became a new member. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, hold on here. What's in the always got to check the junk email because you never know what pops up in there every day. Always check your junk email, chat. Always do it. Mike Londakos says if the roads weren't iced over, there's a high probability the officer would have ended up under that SUV and dragged. I mean, yeah, I think also if the roads weren't iced over, this probably wouldn't have happened the way it turned out in general. But yes, yeah, the way that car was spinning its tire, that little bit of tire spin there, oh yeah, it would have been probably ran him over. Totally agree. And that's why he pulled his gun out, because like he saw it to spin. He's like, fuck, we're done playing around now. I totally think so. Thank you for being here, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. Welcome. We're going all night. No, we're not. I always delete my junk email, never read. Well, you never know what's in there, because sometimes, like, I hate it when the emails, like, you get stuff into it, and you're like, no, that's not junk. And then the next day, somebody said something, and it's like, oh, it's junk email. It's like, bro, I hate it. 24-hour stream, no. Oh. Let's see here. Brick Daniels says she was accelerating at him. Is that like a Dark Side Phil joke? Or is it's like a gas. I don't know. What we're doing there. Oh my god, chat's like going out of control here. Nick Kreuzer for $20. Thank you. It says happy birthday, by the way, Sean. It's not my birthday. It's not my birthday for like another 7 months. Not till August. Account Steve's like, no, Sean, no. You missed it. Is money speech if you're saying, God, chat won't slow down. Is money speech if money equals speech equals paying for others to die? Really? They don't share my speech. They're putting your message out there, so it's your speech. So yes, money is speech. You're employing it how you want. That is your speech. If you're killing all of your people, that's your speech still, I guess. Oh. Have you seen the latest run in the Sean Reyes had with the Border Patrol? No. The Nick Porter says everyone hates Trump and his cocksucker supporters. Well, Trump supporters don't hate each other, so I mean, like, not everyone. Hold on here. What was Misha Petrov is a self-proclaimed former leftist. PragerU has given accolades about her. Oh, okay. I'll look for her. Never heard of her, but I kind of PragerU kind of like got a little sellout to me there for a while. Let's see. Holy shit, you guys are like, well, I'm gonna have to send you guys somewhere to fight. Richie List says, shot is dumb. Hey, you know what? If I could put that and fucking pin that bitch up at the top of this right here. You know what? We'll leave that up all night. Yeah, PragerU's a 2017 dead meme. Yeah. I'll leave this up all night if I could. PragerU is kind of cringe. Not gonna lie. He had his dog, but that's okay. Hold on here. I'm gonna take care of this real quick. Hold on, chat. We need to do this here. Richie, you have no idea how correct you are, sir. Sean is dumb. Oh, hold on here. No. New file. Come on, Photoshop. Help me here. Okay. All right. Okay, chat. We're going to get this done. We're going all the way, chat. We're going all the way. We're going to just, this is actually very correct. And you know, this guy's probably like, I showed him. It's like, no, buddy, I already knew. Did you think I didn't know I was this dumb already? It's like, I am the dumbest motherfucker there is. Like, come on, you'd have to be dumb not to know that. All right, here we go. So layer, flatten image. All right, hold on, chat. We got to fix this. Okay. There we go. All right. I just love doing this, and it's just like, you think you like make me feel bad? It's like, buddy, you have no idea the truth you have no idea the truth you state. And I'll let you guys fight for a minute while I'm working on a new background because I think this is very correct. Okay. There we go. All right. Perfect, chat. We flattened that image now. Saving it. Saving it. All right, good. There we go. Now we're back. Sorry, I had to fix that up. Tim Walz is losing sleep because half the state keeps driving past his house to remind him of his being retarded. Then you're going to head out and check out on anime. Well, there you go. Have fun with that. Have fun with that. Enjoy your anime. And then Kathy says, check out the New York Post front page. Guys, remember, Kathy is your realtor in New Jersey. Guys, you know, if you need something there, get yourself Kathy. She'll help you out. Buying, selling, leasing real estate in New Jersey. Kathy is your girl to call. New York Post. What? Whoa, buddy. Whoa, we're going to do Tears of Despair. What is this? Okay, here we go. Oh my God, here we go.
They just killed that lady right there in that car, y'all. Killed that lady in that car.
Here you go, chat.
It's a lady right there in that car, y'all.
Thanks, Kathy.
Y'all know who car this is? Tell them to come check on their people. This lady got blood. They don't. She was in the car with her, bro. Or she tried to save her or something. Somebody come get their people. Hey, was you riding with her? Did you call any of your people yet? Man, I just smoked this lady right here, cuz.
I don't hear her saying it's my fault yet.
I just smoked this lady right here, bro. Hit her in her wife was in her car. Her wife up over there with blood all up over her face and bro. Like, they had just really came out here tweaking, bro. I was in the crib chilling. Just heard some shots. Yeah. That's her, y'all. Ice done killed her.
Yeah. Well, that's yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything here, but damn. That's interesting. He's saying it's my fault. But yeah, well, let's see here. Oh, well, okay. Patrick Swayze's younger brother died. Oh, that's bummer. That's bummer. That's bummer. Well, yeah. Yeah, don't do it. Why can't that guy film in landscape? Because it do be like that, Mr. Stansel. It do be like that. The wife blames herself. Interesting. Yeah, it's like she realized, oh, shit, testing the cops wasn't a good idea. Fred Rush is like, the guys on the phone, he's like, yo, man, you guys can't park there. It's like, I know, check it out, yo. He having the time of his life. Oh. Let me see here. Hold on. God, StreamYard is slow some days when you're trying to do stuff. All right. Let's see here. But yes, thank you, Fred Rush. I appreciate it for $10. And then we have what's the next one here? Then we have it's this Richie Lives says Asmongold wannabe. I mean, you like we would want to make money and do this shit. It's easy money, man. Easy fucking money around. Asmongold doing this for a job. Hell yeah. Be interesting. But no, I like my day job. But anyways, I do agree though. I do agree though with the like the new background. It's pretty effective. I think it gets the point across. Oh, soft. Yes, you can only be Asmongold wannabe if you were skinny. Well, that too. I mean, I'd have to turn into the Roach King, and I don't want to do that shit. So I'm good. I'm good. Okay. Let's see here. I mean, that's a shame that the wife really got her all gassed up, and she caused this to happen. So Lawful Lucas says, "Lol." I wonder if Sean is dumb. Yeah, probably am. Probably am. I am retarded. I told you guys. So Asmon. Oh my God! Yes, Sammy. See, Asmon Grande. I like that. Yes. Yes, he's roaching out. Chat. Kaz says he likes Asmon Grande. Yes. Oh my gosh. So, Abelito Animalito says, the reality is the Ice Age will sleep tonight with his family, and the poor young woman is leaving 2 kids behind. Yeah, well, if you got kids, don't go play the games, man. Take care of your family. I just think they're God and taking people's lives. I'm sure that guy's not sleeping real well tonight. I'm sure he's actually distraught he had to kill somebody. But I'm sure he's like, he wanted to go home and hug his kids. If only that lady had the same preservation instincts. She'd have been arrested, released, and probably back hugging her kids tonight. But nope. When you want to LARP as La Resistance, La Resistance. When you think of yourself as being in the Maquis, and you think you're a resistance fighter, if this is how you see yourself, You know, that comes at a cost. You know, that shit was dangerous, yo. You know, you want to be in the you want to be in La Resistance. Well, you're gonna have to play some La Resistance games, and you may not come out of them. You know, that being in La Resistance was not a safe game. It was not safe for anybody. You know, you want to be the boss, you got to pay the cost. Yeah, single mom who wanted to play gangster games, which is really retarded. Yeah, shit gets real fast. It does. It does. ICE agents are police department rejects. Yeah, I mean, given how retarded some cops are, yeah, I don't think so. They're a little better than that. Super Iron Bob says, congratulations on getting big enough to track your own fools. I think we just got big because we were what's popping tonight, chat. Brick Daniel says, you may not come out. Maybe I want to come out. So, all right. Urban Root says, I'm a legal migrant from the UK. Well, welcome, brother. Welcome to America. If I get tugged by ICE, I'm complying. Oh, thank you. Brandon, anime guys, just hope you're doing well. I am. We're going to bed though, because it's 1 o'clock. With that said, chat, we are all done for tonight, guys. If you want to see us tomorrow, we are going to be live at 9:30 Eastern. Probably have more fallout from this. Kind of covering it along, but I just got to get myself ready for work tomorrow. And yeah, got to go to court. Got a hearing tomorrow at 10:30. And I got to take care of some stuff. So we're going to leave it here. We've got a lot to talk about tomorrow. And thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. And if you guys are of differing opinions, you know, I hope you realize, like, yeah, you could be here and have differing opinions. It all works out. So anyways, chat, you guys all have a great night. And remember, until next time, just because you did it does not mean you're guilty. It does not. So good night, chat, and take care.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fact